Not sure if I'm supposed to share this or not, but I believe that truth always prevails, and as long as I stay full of integrity and transparency. What's going on, guys? So a little update. I couldn't help. I said I got to get the weight off my shoulders. I've been telling different people. I mean, obviously, I don't want to carry that weight. But here's the thing. To make it a little more clear, it's not that I'm afraid. You know, yeah, I worry about my kids. I worry about my family, my wife. I don't want to put them through this stuff, but, you know, that is war. I mean, CSI, you're right. You know, we're at war. But the more I dig into it, it's simple like this. The subpoena that they sent me is because they want me to give a deposition of my experience, or whatever you want to call it, being in the whole meme stock movement. They want me to provide documentation. They want me to provide my tweets, my YouTubes. You know, that's what all that for. So I can't delete anything because then I'll look guilty. I don't think I'm guilty. Never have I. Never sold a share, never pumped and dumped. Always shared my information. I've made it clear as day. I'm just a dumb grunt Marine, father, sales guy. If you listen to me, that's on you. I've always told people to think. Think for yourselves. You don't need to listen to other people. Utilize this space to share my First Amendment right. But doing that, putting myself out there, obviously, doing the protest, doing the documentary got me seen. My name's out there. They need people. The case has been an ongoing case against Robinhood, and it sounds like when I was digging a little deeper against other people, some retailers that have been suing. They need to build a case, in my eyes, what I've seen, of how social media influenced what happened with Robinhood and influenced them being forced to turn off the buy button. Now, again, this is my speculation. For me, it sucks because it's like I'm being subpoenaed. I'm being told that I have to speak upon. So it's like my fellow retail people are doing the suing, the way I understand it. And now I've got the ones being sued, which you and I and all of us don't believe in them, okay? I never have. They are now forcing me to speak out in my experience against my own people. And that, I'm not a fucking rat. I'm a Marine. I stand for integrity. And I'm like, why can't it be Congress? Like, I'll get up on a stand. And that's not what they're asking for. They want to video it. I got to provide documentation, whatever the case may be. And I'm not being sued. So I appreciate all you guys saying, you know, we'll do a GoFundMe and all that stuff. I don't have a lawyer. I've reached out to a few people just for some advice. It's what upsets me, and I carry the weight, is like knowing in the back of my head, these people use their legal system. They'll use the size, the resources, the lawyers, the money, all the stuff they can put together to squash the little people. And these 4, 5, 6, however many investors that started this case, and this ongoing case now for almost 2 years, I'm gonna have to, and I put this out there, who else is involved? If anybody else has gotten what I've gotten, it would be great to talk to you. And that way I will know that I'm not the only one. But there's got to be other people that they're asking for their deposition, their information. And then I don't even know what the questions are going to look like. I have no idea what they're going to nail me with. I can only speculate. And if I was them trying to build a case to go against the people that are suing me or suing them for losing money because they made a decision to turn off the buy button, and you can't use the social media post, and I'm pretty much told that you can't present that to the judge and say, look, there's these social media posts that created it. But if you can take people that have been advocates or people that have been outspoken, that understand and been in the movement for the entire time, and you can video them and have them talk, and then you can take a few of them or several of them and present that to a judge or to the judge, and maybe even the jury, I'm not for sure if there's a jury involved, and present that, you can now make them look like it's not their fault, that it was all social media influence. My thing about that is I'm not going to go against my people. I'm going to say how I feel and what I saw.
And you're a social media influencer, of course.
I've used my First Amendment right. I'm not a pumper. I'm not a dumper. I've got into it because I see
you're a pumper.
Now, if they want to shut me down, scare me, run me off because of that, well, I guess so be it. When it comes
down to
the
plaintiff, short squeeze trading litigation.
I'm just a nobody.
I noticed that. Oh my God. Short squeeze trading litigation. Plaintiff. Defendant. Who's the defendant? Civil action. Okay. Is there a link to this document anywhere? Has anybody seen it? Because I read some documents, but I haven't seen this.
Negative attention on me too.
That's
So
very
I'll know
suspicious,
more.
Manny.
I just had to share it. I'm not going to walk around and just be like, oh crap, here I am. But that's my problem. I feel like I'm going to have to give information that is going to be tried to be used against my own people. You know what that feels like? That's what's bothering me the most. I'm like, wait a minute, these are the fucking people I fight for, and now you're going to subpoena me and force me?
I don't think we could see the whole thing, Model 3 dude. Because he's got it zooming out. 1:21-MD. That's all. I could try to look that up. Let me see here. Okay, let me go back. I'm doing it on another window.
So I'll know more. I just had to share it. I'm not going to walk around and just be like, oh crap, here I am. But that's my problem. I feel like I'm going to have to give information that is going to be tried to be used against my own people. You know what that feels like? That's what's bothering me the most. I'm like, wait a minute, these are the fucking people I fight for, and now you're going to subpoena me and force me, and no telling what you're going to try to come at me with. The good thing is I'm going to be a little better than Keith Gill. It's not that I love the stuff.
Used to.
I stall fucking corruption, folks.
Um,
And as a United States Marine, okay, when there's corruption, when there is something bad happening, I sign an oath to fight against it, foreign and domestic. And to me, it's financial terrorism. I'm sorry. This is what I saw. This is what I believe. And if there's something wrong with that, I don't know what else to tell you. I didn't lead it. I didn't direct it. I didn't create it. I became part of it. I believe in it. But I'm not going to sit here and throw my people under the bus either. And that's why I'm wondering, who else do they got? Who else do they go after? Who's out there? Contact me. You're not alone. I probably should, technically I probably should just shut up and not say anything and just went with the flow.
try that one, Model 3
It's really
dude.
hard for me to do.
I found some.
And just give them what they want, move on. But fucking hey, dude. Sorry for the cussing, but how do you do that? That's what's bothering me. That's the weight. I didn't get to say it last night.
2989.
That's the weight that's I feel on me, is I'm not going to turn against my own people. And I feel like I'm about to be forced to try to force me to do it. And I'm not liking that. And no, thank you. We fucking stand for something. For 2 years, we have seen the corruption. For 2 years, we have seen what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So,
Not really.
I appreciate you guys.
Ay. Okay. So I just searched for short squeeze trading litigation in quotation marks, and then what we could see of the case number. And there's some results, but so like this one, where is it? I think it was the first one. Okay, this is another like search result list here. This is from January 10th, 2023. Apex meme stock suit loses on fourth and final try. Meme stock investors failed in their last attempt to plead claims against broker-dealer Apex Clearing Corp after a Florida federal judge on Monday dismissed their suit looking to hold Apex liable for trading losses and declined to give them another shot at amending their complaint. But that's against Apex. I mean, I guess I could go in news. Take this out. There's that one from a month ago. Robinhood can't ditch meme stock manipulation claims. That was from last August. The Rosen law firm defeats motion to dismiss in Robinhood Securities class action. The court held that investors adequately alleged that Robinhood manipulated the market for the affected stocks and artificially depressing their share prices by restricting trading in the stocks, canceling purchase orders, closing out call options early, and selling shares to meet margin requirements. The lawsuit asserts that because of Robinhood's market manipulation, share prices of the affected stocks dropped significantly, and many investors sold their shares at depressed prices. Okay, so what? They made a decision to sell their shares, which was foolish. Why would you do that? Why? They stopped buying. They restricted buying. Why would you sell? Why would you sell? Makes no sense. Makes no sense to me. Why you would sell? That's on you for selling, in my opinion. If you sold any affected stocks between January 28th, 2021 and February 4th, 2021, why did you do it? That's why you don't invest more than you can't afford to, than you can afford. You don't invest more than what you can afford to lose. Let's see. There's not a lot on here. But anyway, there's Mike the Marine, Mr. Subpoena, Deposition, and Judge. I've been wanting to watch this video, but I didn't watch it yet.
What's up, guys? Soccer day. Got a phone call from another lawyer friend. Just they're a person I know that's a lawyer. Two of them so far. They're good guys, really good guys. I trust them, but neither of them are licensed.
Didn't you just say they were lawyers? Then you said they're good guys and you trust them? Something sus there.
In Tennessee, which creates an issue. But they both advised me to retain a lawyer. They said that would be wise. The law firm that I will be doing a deposition with is a very professional, good one. So I need to.
Okay, so it is a deposition.
Son is something else. Need to have my ducks in a row when they ask questions. And what those questions could look like. I'm not afraid to answer questions because I feel like it's, being integritous and truthful. And besides, it's just my opinion. I have a right to my opinion, right to the way I feel. Nothing's absolute. Nothing's for certain. And again, what those questions could look like. I'm not afraid to answer questions because I feel like it's, being integritous and truthful. And besides, it's just my opinion.
Being integritous? Something like that. I don't know.
I have a right to my opinion, right to the way I feel. Nothing's absolute. Nothing's for certain. And again, I'm just a dumb Marine in Tennessee. So, but they are advising me to obtain a lawyer. So I went ahead and called a bar association thing.
Model 3-2.
Just to see if there's some lawyers that help disabled veterans.
Wait, now he's disabled? What? Okay.
On the pro bono style, I guess. I know a lot of you are willing to help with the GoFundMe. I don't even know what it looks like. I got to figure this out as far as trying to even do that, get a lawyer, which would probably make sense. I mean, two people told me to do that, just to have that professional advice, maybe even sitting there with me to witness the questions, and maybe I could turn to them for guidance. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty confident in what I say, pretty confident in my words. Just got to make sure, how this can affect me in the future or affect the situation, because, it's what I believe. I believe that the corruption's real, and if it's got to get to this legal standpoint, I mean, prove me wrong, I guess. Show me that the corruption's not real.
Well, see, the problem is, though, Mike, here's the problem, okay? You're saying the corruption is real. Not everybody sees that. Not everybody believes that because, and this is crucial, there's been no evidence that shows this beyond any, not even shadow of a doubt. I mean, that even hints it. So the notion that somebody has to prove you wrong, it's false. You need to show that what you believe is factual, that it's based in fact. That requires you to present the evidence. That requires you to prove it. Then we can look at the evidence that you looked at, that you used to say, and make a determination. But if you don't even try to give evidence, if you don't even try to support your claims with facts, if it's all this wishy-washy, nebulous stuff like, oh, the corruption, we see it every day. Oh, look at the prices going down, and clearly it's because no, that's not proof. So I hope he goes in there saying that. It'll be hilarious. Uh, maybe they'll just, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. But if you haven't even tried to prove something, why would anybody try to, why would anybody care to prove it wrong? You haven't proven it. There's no need to prove it wrong. It hasn't been shown to be factual, hasn't been shown to be objectively true. Like, this is just the worst logic I've ever seen.
Show me that everything that I've come to believe, in my opinions, is all not real. And it was all fake. I mean, I have a right to.
What do you say?
Show me that everything that proved me wrong, I guess. You know, show me that the corruption's not real. Show me that everything that I've come to believe, in my opinions, is all not real. And it was all fake. I mean, I have a right to believe that, you know, that it's real. And I have a right to speak that way.
Oh, I love that argument. I have a right to believe that it's real. Yeah? You have a right to believe that the earth is flat. You have a right to believe that giving women the right to vote has ruined our society. People in finance chat know what I'm talking about there. Um, but nobody has an obligation to respect that. And quite frankly, ugh.
But anyway, so I'm like, okay, do I get a lawyer? They told me I didn't need one. When I talked to them originally, they said you don't have to have one. It's just a deposition. You're just giving your story. But what could that lead to? What could that mean? How much farther
I mean,
they go?
if this
'Cause
is
it a federal
about
judge in Florida.
if this is about the GameStop incident in 2021, that's what all this is about, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I can tell. This case number here, which is colon 21 MD 2989. That's the January 2021 short squeeze trading litigation. What the hell does this guy have to do with that? Was he around then? Does he understand that this is about January 2021? I don't know. I don't know if I've heard him talk about January 2021 before. I honestly don't know.
I mean, this is not a little peon. This is a civil suit. It's a real case that they want me to do a deposition on my experience, you know. So,
Well, I hope you remember January 2021. I'm sorry, January 2021, because that's what that's what the case is concerning. It's not about AMC in the current situation.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be talking about it. I don't know anything really other than what she told me over the phone, and then what I've asked a couple
There's the first true thing you
of
said.
their friends for. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, should I mean, you all sound like you want to help. I can't do it. I can't afford a lawyer. There's no way in hell I can afford a real lawyer right now. I don't know what are they going to do. Sit there and advise
Call Wes. He'll do it. Call Wes.
me, sit next to me. I think that's about it, really. Or have them on retainer there with me, and then who knows if they're needed in the future or not. Anyway, just some updates. Like I said, the lawyer I just talked to today, I highly trust. I just wish they weren't in Texas and they were here in Tennessee. They said they'd help me, no doubt.
Well, that sounds like it was Wes. Oh, shit.
They're a big name. They're important people, but they can't practice here in Tennessee, so, or Florida. So we'll see what happens. It's Saturday. Hope you guys have a beautiful day out here. Hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. I'm gonna continue to enjoy mine. I'm gonna know that God's on my side. I'm gonna know that you guys are on my side. But
God's on his side. God's on his side. How do you know that? How do you know that? Oh my goodness, God is on his side. Wow. Well, I might as well give up now. If God's on his side, I'm screwed. Oh shit.
I've done nothing wrong. I'm just gonna give a story, right? Deposition, answer some questions. That's it. Yeah. Thank you guys.
Wow. Well, God's on his side. I don't know what the shorts are going to do. It's on Mr. White's stuff. Maybe. Good Lord. Tough decisions ahead. Mm, okay. Adam says shorts will cover.
For those of you who are hanging with us for the long haul, you can see recovery coming. And let me some of you have hung with us for a very long time. What will determine whether we succeed or fail is whether this recovery really happens. And at the end of the day, how the
Oh,
company
really? You don't
performs,
say.
is it
Brilliant. That's a brilliant assertion. Wow.
really happens? And at the end of the day, how the company performs and is it profitable, that will dwarf all the other issues. If this company is still losing $300 million of EBITDA or only making $40 million of EBITDA, those short sellers aren't going away. But if this company goes from negative, I think it was 300 to 3 something,
Ah,
three,
three something.
I could do the math. Maybe it was 295 or something. Anyway, let's call it negative 300. If this company could go from negative 300 to positive 45 to positive 3 to 400 to positive 7 to 800 to more than that, if this company can do that, those short sellers are going to have to cover. They're betting against the company succeeding. And the rest of the stuff that you hear on Twitter is just noise. And what you need to follow.
I mean, that's not really true, strictly speaking. I mean, the company doing well and the fair valuation of the stock are kind of different things. Like, you can support a company, you can like a company, you can like an industry, and still think that a, stock is overvalued in terms of being fairly valued for its performance and future outlook. So I don't really like this explanation, um, because is it really betting against the company to say, you know, AMC's numbers don't warrant these prices? I don't know if that's the same thing. Okay.
What's our movie going attendance?
But he's talking to the apes. He's talking to the apes that they understand a very simplistic version of this.
What are our revenues? What are our EBITDA? And as you know, we report it publicly every 3 months. So you can see for yourselves how we're doing. I do think the year is going to be back end loaded. I think the first quarter is going to be a little tough. I think it's going to get bigger as the year goes on. Second quarter looks really good. Third quarter looks okay. Fourth quarter looks great. And I'm really optimistic that
Oh, he's optimistic, eh?
2024 I should watch Top Gun Maverick again.
He's optimistic. I mean, like we already went through a lot of these numbers, but this is on a quarterly basis here. Yes, AMC's revenue is up. It is up. Well, not really. Not really. Then you see here, uh, revenue growth year over year for fourth quarter of negative 15.43%. So back to 2021. Now let's look at some of these other key numbers here down in the margin section. And what's he talking about? Positive EBITDA. You had negative 94 million EBITDA. Okay. Um, gross margin. Gross margin's actually up. It is actually up from the third quarter of 2022. But that's about it. Operating margin is down. Profit margin is down. Okay, free cash flow margin is up. EBITDA is down. EBIT is down, naturally. And the associated margins with those are also down. So what are we talking about here? I don't know. I don't know. I guess that was all hypothetical. If AMC goes from da da da, 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 da. What is this EK network? Haven't seen this one. EK network. For my real-time buy and sell alerts, join the Patreon, join the Discord. For sponsorship, contact. Give thanks at PayPal. Not a professional investment advisor, nor do I claim to be. All my videos are for entertainment and educational purposes. Why don't they start saying edutainment? Edutainment purposes. This is not trading advice. I am wrong all the time. Everything you watch on my channel is my opinion. Thank you for supporting my channel. But if you want to, you can buy my alerts and you can pay me money. But I'm not a professional. Okay. Got it. Let me get my bank card out.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to the channel.
What?
So today in this video we're going to talk about AMC Entertainment Holdings. And
Is
now
this that Avi guy? Is this that Avi Harkishan guy that Shadow Stars liked so
let's
much?
get right into it, which is up almost 8%
No, he
on
was a
Friday,
professional financial
and looks
advisor.
like
That's right.
we're breaking out again on AMC, and we could see more upside here on this one. Now, if you look at my screen, AMC after earnings took a massive beating, and I said it right here that we need to hold this support.
Wait. Bidding or a beating? A bidding or a beating? Those are two different things, I think. I heard bidding, but then it sounded like he meant beating. I don't know.
20 SMA, if not, we could be coming down here. We held that support, and now we also broke that resistance at $6.50, and that is holding into closing on Friday because we closed at $6.58. So this thing here, guys, early as tomorrow, $6.50.
Getting carried away here, almost missed the futures opening. Uh-oh. There we are in time, just in time. About 30 seconds. Whoopsie. Getting carried away by these new grifters. The grift is intentional. Oops. Little maladjusted there. There we go. Okay, we got 10 seconds till this future market opens. And we'll see what happens. Is it going to be another fucking rally or what? I don't know. It's opening down, I can tell you that. And the dollar's opening higher. Bonds down. I mean, I think it was just a 24-hour fever. It wasn't even 24 hours. I think it was an 8-hour fever we had last Friday, personally. I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. Just like EK. E Productions. So let's let this gravity set in here. We'll come back to our friend here, our new friend.
Cents will be a strong support, but below that, watch out for $6.07 down here, orange line, 13 SMA, and then $5.93. If we can hold $6.50 tomorrow as a support, and who knows,
Ain't gonna happen. What are you talking about?
Watch out for a move all the way up to $6.80, where this blue line 5 SMA is sitting, and then again all the way up to $7 to even $7.58, where this upper Bollinger Band is sitting, and that is possible this week on AMC. This thing might be setting up for another leg up, and we could see massive move to the upside because this thing is holding critical support, which is white line 20 SMA, and now not only that, we have all the moving averages on AMC 50, 20, 13, and 5 positively sloping to the upside, and that is a bullish trend on AMC. And if this thing is looking bullish, we could see more buying, and especially volume goes up on AMC, guys. I mean, Friday, you know, Friday always low volume on a stock like AMC, but still we went up on a low volume. But imagine we get more volume tomorrow on AMC. That's not necessarily the greatest thing ever. This thing can explode all the way up to $8 again. So thank you so much for watching. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comment section. And I'll definitely keep you guys updated.
Another low quality grifter, just what we need. Oh my God. Stock market crash, tech stock analysis 4 hours ago, cautiously bullish.
To the channel. So today in this video we're going to talk about 6 big tech stocks, and now let's dive right into Apple. And if you guys watched that video I made on Thursday, getting some Apple calls on that dip, and look at what happened on Friday, guys. 40 contracts went through the roof. Not only it was in the money, went over the money, and now Apple stock sitting at 151, up 3.51% on Friday. Massive move to the upside.
Take those profits because that's not going to hold.
Down here at 146.71 because Friday Apple stock gapped up and never came back down.
A great time to buy
close
puts.
The gap on bottom. And now that we're holding 150 and 151 sitting above white line 20 SMA, we could easily see tomorrow Apple heading up to 153.35 to fill this entire gap up, and then 155. Now to the downside, now we have support at 151, also at 150. Below that, watch out for support down here at 147.52, and then gap fill down here at 146.71. All the way down here, we also have strong support at 145, where we held on Thursday. And I said it before in my last video that, or not actually the last video, the one I made on Wednesday, Apple stock getting below lower Bollinger Band, you gotta take this trade. And I took it. This thing went back up in 2 days. I mean, look at this insane move, guys, from 143 all the way up to almost 152 on Friday. And on Friday, so Tesla tomorrow. And now we're going to look at Tesla. So Tesla is up 3.61% on Friday, almost $7. And if you look at my screen, and just a few days ago, Tesla was pulling back, especially coming out of that Investors Day. And now if you look at my screen, a strong bounce off of this lower Bollinger Band. And if you caught that dip, you made a ton of money because this thing came down right here, right on this lower Bollinger Band, and then we saw a massive bounce, and now almost trading at 200. Now the gap on top already closed at 198, and now we're pushing
intentional
for more.
Before. It's international. I unintentionally said intentional. Anyway, I just noticed that. Whoops.
So tomorrow, guys, Tesla breaks 200, 198 to 200, 198 where this white line 20 SMA is sitting, and then 200, we're going to see more upside. In the short term, Tesla can run all the way up to 214 and then 230. To the downside, we have strong support on Tesla all the way down here at 188, and that's going to be a dip buy only if there is a pullback down here tomorrow, which I don't think we're going to see that big of a dip tomorrow on Tesla at 188, but
no.
195, 193, that is possible tomorrow here on Tesla. Unless we gap up over 200, then nothing stopping Tesla from going all the way up to 214, where this upper Bollinger Band is sitting. And now we're going to look at Microsoft.
Okay, don't care about Microsoft. So they're not strictly speaking an AMC grifter, but how long have they been talking about it? Let's see. 3 weeks ago, 1 month ago, 2 months ago. $5 months ago. That would just be easier to search for. 2 weeks, 3 months, 4 months, 9 months, 11 months. 1 year ago. AMC stock getting ready to rocket. Our cock it again Monday. Huge news. November 14th. Well, I guess he wasn't wrong. Rocketed from $5 to $7, $5 to $8 or so.
AMC Entertainment Holdings. But before we get into this video, if you are new to this channel, on the earning all the way down
This
to
is 2021 though. 2021. That was 2022. Shit. Here's 2021. No, it didn't rocket up. Oh shit. So I think, what is that? It was November. Yeah. No. November 14th is right here. So yeah, it was up a little bit that day, but ultimately what happened? Have you talked about John Wick Sniping's Adam Aaron ultimatum? No, I don't know. I don't think so. I'll look it up in a minute.
$7. And now this thing on Friday went back up above this 20 SMA, which is sitting at $39. Also, the stock came down to 39.13 and held the support, this white line here, the 20 SMA, and went back up and closed under the resistance, which is this 50 SMA and the 5 SMA on the daily chart at $40. Now this stock here, guys, also they're accepting Bitcoin and Ethereum, I think, as a payment for now on, and I think they will accept more payments, especially maybe.
Wow, remember when that was a big deal? Unfortunately, that whole thing turned out to be a bit of a dud, huh? Let's see, John Wick Sniping. Let's take a look at some of the option chains. Let's look at the SPY. This is SPY from Friday. Put to call ratio is 1.5, so 5.6 million puts, 3.7 million calls. I think the Qs are about the same, maybe. Well, yeah, 1.5. Tesla is heavy on the call side. What about Apple? Heavy on the call side. What about AMC? Heavy on the call side. Okay, so index option traders are going more for puts. Single stocks are heavy on calls. Okay. Ooh. All right. John Wick Sniping.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? John Wick Sniping here.
There must be more support for the removal of CEO Adam Aaron, or you can forget the MOAS. So I did see this video. I saw a little bit of this video the other day, I think. Let this video serve as our request for the removal of yada, yada, yada. And it's funny because he addressed it to Adam Aaron. Hey, Adam, this is our formal request that we're wanting to remove you. But let's see what this one is.
What's going on, everybody? John Wick Sniping back. It's a little windy here in South Florida, but warm and sunny as usual. No, these are not fake.
All that sun's going to your head, bro.
Fake backdrops. It really is this way down here in South Florida. All right, guys, we're getting right into it. Obviously, if you saw my video tomorrow, I called for the removal of Adam Aaron.
He dropped an obviously in the first 20 seconds. Gotta love that.
CEO of AMC. We've gotten some content from other AMC YouTubers out there, and I want to go over that with you. My plan on this really is to see who's who in the community while we try to figure out how we can get Adam Aaron removed as CEO, if there ever is going to be a chance at a MOAS on this stock. Now, right off the bat, I do want to state, unfortunately, that I am...
Oh, my God. This is so... So who's this guy working for? He's advocating for Adam Aaron to be removed. Who would want Adam Aaron removed? I'm just wondering
I'm a
here.
little disappointed in the amount of views so far on the video.
Oh, so we should pop over to that video perhaps then. Thanks.
Good morning to everybody that's watching this video.
Well, all right.
Good morning to everybody that's watching this video, specifically AMC stockholders. My name on YouTube is John Wick Snipin, and I am a former
What's your real
substantial
name?
investor in AMC stock. At this current time, I have no substantial position in AMC, as I decided to sell the position back in September before the APE dividend was handed out. The start of this video is going to be directly
His balance is off. It's driving me nuts.
CEO Adam Aaron. Mr. Aaron, this video shall serve as my official
When in doubt, go mono. You can't go wrong. Can't go wrong in mono.
request for your removal as CEO of AMC, or you can step down as well. The following are the reasons why I am calling for your removal.
John Mohammed Jihad.
And first and foremost, you have had 2 years to try to answer the question that has been on every one of your stockholders' mind. Are there illegally naked shorts that were created to suppress the stock of AMC when the AMC community, also known as the apes, that you very well know are called the apes, bought and held the entire float of your company?
Well, I mean, we could stop right there and just point out the misinformation and assumptions that must be being used, unless I'm unaware of certain data. I don't think we are unaware of it. So, but I'm just going to let him go. I'm just going to let him give him the rope. Just give him the rope.
It has now been over 2 years and you have not brought a definitive answer to that question.
Yeah, he has.
Your shareholders
He has, though. He did.
report and watch every
Your
earnings
shareholders are ignorant. They have no experience. They have nothing to compare it to. They have no frame of reference. So,
call looking for that answer to which they never get a definitive one. In addition to that, every earnings call after the stock has had a substantial run, every time you have spoken on those earnings call, the stock has dropped significantly.
sounds like
Sir, Adam Aaron, it is my opinion that the coach has lost the team. When a coach loses the team, as you see in the sports world, they typically get fired. I don't understand how it is any different from you. You no longer are getting a majority of the support from your own stockholders. Your shareholders feel like you diluted the stock right in front of their eyes. The ape share is basically calling it a gift. From time to time, you do complain about the fact that there's such a big difference and such a big gap between the ape dividend share and the AMC share, but you never come with a plan to kind of get down to why that is. Mr. Aaron, you know very well why we bought the stock. You know it wasn't about the company. You know it wasn't about your popcorn.
hell no, it
wasn't
wasn't. What
about
happened
any
here?
of that stuff.
Lost my
I can
screen.
tell you this. No one ate crow in 2 years. There has been no checkmate, and you never pounced. You bought a useless gold mine, which your investors also took positions in and lost money in that stock as well. I believe, sir, the time for you to either step down or be removed has come. Sir, closure to this matter needs to be brought.
He's so polite, though.
You've got
Sir.
people that have held your stock for well over 2 years looking for the answer to the question, were there illegally naked shorts created to suppress the stock? You have not answered that question. You also refuse to bring closure to that question, which means you are exploiting the apes. Other companies have already come forward and taken action against illegally naked shorting of their stock. You so far, sir, have taken zero action. Which now brings me...
You know what? How Adam Aaron is talking about this? You know what he's thinking? Here's what Adam Aaron's thinking right
Good
here.
morning to everybody that's watching.
Not that. Here's what Adam Aaron's thinking.
¿Cuál es el trabajo más duro que has hecho?
En el agua. Y acuérdate, a donde las echas, que mañana tienes que ir a por ella. Y cuando salgo, era las 2 de la noche, había bajado la marea. La dejé amarrar, tal como me lo dijo, las tiré, le puse un palo. Dice, llego a la cocina, eran las 2:30 de la noche. Risita, ¿qué la has hecho? Allí ya está, jefe. Ya, pues acuéstate, que mañana a las 8 te llamo para que vayas a recoger las paelleras. Y me acuesto en su, ya para abrir el restaurante que era el arroz. Y me llama el cocinero. Risita, ¿qué? Ve por la paellera. Venga, que a las 2 de la tarde ya están aquí. Miren, bañador, en las chanclas. Todo despeinado porque no me dio tiempo nada ponerme las chanclas y el bañador. Voy a la playa, había subido la marea. Había subido la marea y encontré una paella. Y la encontré porque estaba la paellera agarrada metida entre las piedras de Chipiona, del faro. Y cuando entro en el restaurante me ve el cocinero con una paellera y a ver la vende paellera. ¡Asómate, mira dónde llega el agua!
To the second part of this video, I've now addressed you, sir, Mr. Adam Aaron. Now I would like to address the YouTubers that cover AMC virtually on a daily basis for over 2 years in multiple videos, causing probably thousands and thousands of AMC videos. Will you now join in support for the call and the removal of Adam Aaron as CEO of AMC? Honestly, this call should include every person that has ever had any interest in AMC, especially on YouTube. If you've made videos on YouTube regarding AMC, you should be a part of this movement. My humble opinion.
Well, I've done that. Should I be a part of that movement? Should we? Should the channel? I don't know. Huh. Big questions ahead.
Is if you
Big
refuse
decisions
to
ahead.
take part in this movement, then it means you are in support of the way Adam Aaron runs AMC.
Oh,
which
wait a minute.
Has never.
So you're either with us or you're either with us or you're against us.
Gone in the right direction.
I better stay.
If you cannot support and share this video with your viewers, then that means, in my opinion, that you support the way Adam Aaron has run this company. It also tells me that you do not want the answer to the question that we have all been looking for 2 years of, are there illegally naked shorts created to suppress?
Now, the problem here is that why would they want this to end? Why would they want this to end? Why would somebody want this to end if they're putting out videos? Like, let's find a popular one. It's getting a little bit harder, but not really. Why would somebody who can put out a video 4 hours ago and get over 3,000 views in 4 hours, why would they want it to stop? Five and a half, 5,500 views in 6 hours. Thousands of views, thousands and thousands of views. 14,000 views in one day. Apes, this is your time to get rich. Sounds like a blatant policy violation on YouTube to me. Why would they want it to end? 14,000 views? That's good.
The stock of AMC for over 2 years. I will be tagging as many YouTubers in the description of this video as possible. I would encourage you to share this video. This video will be unmonetized forever. That is my good faith sign to show you that I'm very serious about this matter.
Well,
I anticipate
that's
that
cool.
this video may get a lot of views. It may get millions of views. Who knows? It all depends on how strong the community believes that it's time to remove Adam Aaron. but I will stand behind my word, and there will not be one ad run on this video forever. Now I would like to address the AMC YouTube viewing, stock holding community. If you've ever watched a video, if you've ever had any interest in AMC, if you've already owned it, taken your loss, and you're soured and you don't care, or whatever the case may be, I believe you should still want the answer to this question because it involves everything regarding the stock market. It is not just AMC. So please find courage, at least in that fact. Moving on to the viewers. It is up to you now to share this video. My reach is not as big as many other AMC YouTubers. It is up to you to ask them to share this video. It is up to you to keep on sharing this video on multiple platforms. StockTwits, Twitter, Weeble comments, everywhere. Everywhere you guys are going and putting out information regarding AMC, this video should be shared. Why should this video be shared?
Crude
Because
social.
it can tell all
And
of
yeah,
us
where's the
exactly
curtain?
where people stand
Weird.
regarding the stock. If the video is highly liked and highly viewed, then that means there are a lot of concerned AMC investors. If not, then it shows the entire community that people have lost interest in AMC, and it is no longer the MOAS play we have been talking about for 2 years. So to the YouTubers and the viewers of AMC content on YouTube, it is on you now. This video can be utilized to show AMC and especially CEO Adam Aron that we do stand behind the call for the removal of him as CEO of AMC.
Oh, okay.
So again, if you support this video, please like and share it every single place you possibly can.
3,000
If there
views
is
in 3
enough
days.
views and enough
Not
likes,
so popular.
then it will clearly scream out to AMC, the company, especially Adam Aron, that we would like for him to at least step down or for the company to have him removed. He has not done anything to help the stock or the AMC shareholders. This is the end of the video, so I look forward to seeing how together we can come on this matter. This video will show exactly the entire community and the YouTubers who's who and who really is about this whole short squeeze play. Again, before I close this video, I repeat, it will be unmonetized for the life of the video. There will not be 1 cent earned on this video. I thank you for watching. John Wick Sniping is out.
Some great comments here. So if you have no substantial position, then why are you talking about it? AA won't see your video, so this serves as an official reminder to you that nobody cares what you think. Wow, nobody? You speak for the entire AMC shareholding community. Look around, clown. You are in the minority on my channel, bum. By the way, I got your mother over here on all 4. Nobody but me cares about her. Wow. And just proving again what a tool bag you are. Yes, I'm your mother's screwdriver. What did Model 3 dude say? Where is it? I think he's on Mr. White's stuff. Does that apply to this guy too? Maybe no one cares what he has to say. Most ignorant shit. That's saying a lot. That's the most ignorant shit that Lynn has ever heard. Oh, I feel the MOAS is dead. All I'm holding for now to try to break even. I'm not selling at a loss, not yet. H. Smith, proving the overhead supply theory. Mr. Fox says, as a bear, I'd like to know once and for all, too. Let's just get this freaking over with already. Yeah, let's leave Mothers and Jada out of this. The checkmate was directed at retail, 7D chess and whatnot. I thought it was 4D. I would sign a petition for the removal of Aaron and the entire board of directors immediately. Great call to compare to sports. Adam Aaron's actions are against retail investors. Aaron has repeatedly taken actions that have harmed retail investors who have invested in AMC. His lack of action to address and prevent naked synthetic short selling. Yeah, okay, but the problem is, I mean, this is like, oh, this is why you have to have evidence for what you're saying. This is why, when no evidence has ever been shown for synthetic naked short selling and failing to deliver list, okay, causing huge losses for many small investors, that's never been shown. That's never been shown to be the case. There's no evidence for that. Oh, there's a lot of circumstantial bullshit, but correlation is not causation. And this says caused huge losses for many small investors. Well, the reality is small investors lose money all the fucking time. Most small traders lose money. That's the way it is. So how do you know that it's this and not just the general fact that most retail investors and traders suck? I don't know. He's not doing anything to address and prevent naked synthetic short selling. It's a major problem in the stock market. Is it? Is it really? Okay, source needed there. And Aaron has done nothing to prevent it. Well, how do you how does a CEO of an issuing company, how does he prevent it? This has led to huge losses for many retail investors who have invested in AMC. But why has it not led to huge losses for all retail investors who've invested in AMC? What's the difference? Why did some actually make money and others are down 90%? What explains that? If it's naked synthetic short selling, it should have affected everybody. Well, the reality is that you control whether you make or lose money based on your decision making, based on when you buy and when you sell. And you can't sit there and say, we, we've lost money. Oh, so you sold your position for a loss? No, I haven't sold it yet, but I I didn't sell it when it was higher before, but it's down now, so I've lost money and it's somebody else's fault. No, that's fucking stupid. That is the dumbest shit I have ever heard. My God. This sounds like it was written by Chat GPT right here. Jesus Christ. John, please contact Mark Cahotis. He will give you 100 ideas to remove this horrible and corrupted CEO. I don't think that Mark Cahotis would. I think he would probably tell you that if you're talking about naked shorts, you're fucking stupid. You are barking up the wrong goddamn tree and it's going to go nowhere. Just look at all of the examples that have come before this. Stupid, 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 stupid. And because I've heard Mark Cahotis say that. I've heard him say, hey, the naked short thing is a mistake. That's You're not going to get anywhere with that. You're not. Bro, I mean, Twitter in no way can openly come out as anti-Adam Aaron. I'll get canceled. He's beyond worthless, and I can't believe people so blindly believe him. Okay? So, got a lot of conviction there. Now this is entertaining. This guy is hilarious. It's sickening that the stock has been stale for so long while they're making millions off of us. We're losing every day, hoping that it'll turn around and rise. He needs to be removed as CEO. He's benefiting from all of this. Oh, there's some logic. Stock has been stale for so long while they're making millions off of us. Who are they? Who's making millions? The short sellers? Well, then you're on the wrong side of the trade. That's not Adam Aaron's fault. We're losing every day hoping that it'll turn around and rise. Well, that's stupid. That's that's literally dumb. He needs to be removed as CEO. He's benefiting from all of this. Like, okay, which one of these statements does not belong with the others? I mean, seriously. 4D chess, checkmate, and as he even said in earnings, chalked on that was in fact aimed at us. AA has been intentionally fucking with us, everything he does and doesn't do. It's so blatantly obvious. He's got to go by any means necessary. Thank you for speaking up. Well, if it's obvious, then yeah. Love this video. The first YouTube not crying every day, but have a solution. Oh, a solution. So what happens? What happens when AMC CEO Adam Aaron gets removed and nothing changes? What then? Big John, you're damn right. I'm going to share this everywhere. It's time retailers are getting illegally murder on this play. Thank you, sir. Definitely agree on this video. Ape was AA way of diluting AMC. What a liar. We need to get AA to choke on his resignation. Holy shit. Wow. I mean, look at that. Ape was AA way of diluting AMC. What a liar. Really? I don't think so. I think he said, hey, we wanted to issue shares of the AMC common stock, and you all wouldn't do it. But we need to raise money. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Time for a new CEO. Who will take his place? Of course, Elon Musk will. Shared on stock twits. Well, that's useful. There goes the MOAS. After he sees this, he will immediately resign. It's the sheer weight of words of John Wienerstein. That's a good one to end on. Holy crap. Oh my God. Sounded like he was crying to me too. Jesus Christ. And didn't he say that he was going to buy more AMC if something happened? So, hey, Adam Aaron, I'm not currently a shareholder, but I'm thinking about it, maybe. But, I really want you out first. What? No. I mean, it sounds like it sounds like I'm saying that I don't have an opinion on Adam Aaron being removed one way or another. I think it's a pretty absurd notion, just came out of left field. Hey, we didn't have a short squeeze, so let's call for the removal of the CEO. I mean, really? Really? I mean, you could probably come up with much better reasons to call for his removal. I guess technically speaking, it's because he hasn't got an answer on naked shorts. But whatever. Okay, here's Lou. 5 hours ago. 3,300 views.
What's going on, everybody?
About to be
All right, enough with that
3,301.
YouTube scammer stuff, whatever. You have been warned. I don't want nobody to get fucked over, but what am I going to tell you? Let me put something out.
Well, the apes listened to everything else you said, and they got fucked over. So figure that one out.
Because I went to go get a cup of coffee and I was just game playing this in my head.
40-cent coffee, right?
When Ape was created, it was created with the thought of diluting two times. One, when they created Ape, because they doubled the size of the AMC, shares. Because basically you had, AMC and AMC Lite, now Ape. But they always knew, and I said it from the beginning, and a lot of people hated me for this, and I said it. They will one day take Ape and merge it back again with AMC, diluting, end the story. Here we're at that point. There's a little hiccup that popped up, which is the judge and us saying no.
What about the reverse split? What about the reverse split? Okay.
Public. So public that now Popcorn is taken to sending out messages saying, this is why I believe you should say yes. Let me just tell you something. I don't want to take out the whiteboard. Maybe I'll hit you with a whiteboard later. The situation we have here, let's say we say no. Okay, they don't get the reverse. And let's say the judge says, no, Antara can't vote for this. No, no, no. Popcorn turns around and he drops a bunch of apes to punish us. Okay, no problem. That suppresses AMC. And in 6 months from now, he turns around and then he starts to go, we need to reverse split and merge and go after those shorts. Yeah, okay. What's gonna happen is this. At that point down the road, AMC is really gonna be hurting financially. Let me explain why. What is he gonna do at that point if people say no? He's gonna drop more ape. Do you understand? Right now, this is the way the reverse split works. If you got AMC, you vote yes, or ape, you vote no. Ape people will dump a bunch on it and it'll dilute. If you vote yes and the judge goes green light, they'll take AMC after the whole merger, it's diluted, and then they'll drop more on top. You might have a little bit of a run there, but at the end of the day, they're gonna smash it. That being said, when Popcorn was saying recently, like, oh, the shorts will have to cover. Yeah, because there'll be a ton of fucking shares out there. That's the little thing you left out. Of course they'll cover. They'll cover those shorts because there'll be all those shares. He left that one out. But nonetheless, he'll dump a bunch of ape on it, to ape, if we say no. Then that'll be at a very low price, not what they want. Okay, what they want is, to dilute on the AMC side. Now, that's big money. This is and then they gotta wait about 6 months and propose this thing again. What is he gonna do at a low price? That'll bring ape down to the pennies. What are you gonna do on the other side if people say no once again on the other side? Drop more ape? Come on. Ape was created.
Now, shit. Here, this is on Bloomberg from last Wednesday, March 1st, right? Yeah, yes. It's a no-brainer arbitrage trade. Betting on AMC's stock conversion isn't as easy as traders thought. Oh my. Cost to hedge arbitrage strategy has moved up significantly. Gap between the two assets near widest since December. It's a no-brainer arbitrage trade. Pocket the $5 gap in AMC Entertainment Holdings' proposed conversion of preferred stock into common shares. However, Wall Street pros are discovering the bet is anything but easy to pull off. What's the hangup? It's simple, but not easy. Chief Executive Officer of Accelerate Financial Technologies. Quote, it's a relatively simple dual share class conversion, but hedging it correctly and affecting it probably is actually quite difficult. Cost of hedging a trade is exploding because it's hard to find shares of the meme stock poster child to borrow and short. To make matters worse, a recent court case against the movie theater chain's share proposal adds to uncertainties over whether its restructuring will even occur. It was supposed to be a straightforward bet. The conversion of AMC's preferred units ticker APE into common stock would get investor approval, and the price gap between them would vanish as ARBs captured the spread. But it isn't playing out that way, as lawsuits are potentially delaying the restructuring and retail traders are helping to drive the common shares higher. Squeeze risk. Well, AMC has the green light to move ahead with the shareholder vote. It won't actually be able to implement any changes until the judge finishes weighing an injunction bid by a pension fund and other investors leading the litigation. Hearing is scheduled for April 27th. That means those investors who have set up their trades through stocks and options would have to hold their wagers for longer, eating into any potential profits. The lawsuit extends the timeline and increases uncertainty. Until the reorganization closes, the short squeeze risk is real. The trade, which a market strategist once called an arbitrage home run, implies selling AMC stock short and buying APE in hopes of covering the bet after the conversion is approved. But the straightforward strategy is dicey, in part because the cost to borrow AMC shares is, quote, punishingly high, according to Jones Trading's Habit Henderson. Further complicating the trade is the difficulty of even finding shares to sell short, given the meme stock's propensity to surge in a short squeeze. Retail traders have been captivated by AMC, referring to themselves as apes, as they bid up shares and tout their bets on social media platforms, such as Reddit's Wall Street Bets and StockTwits. No. Jesus. When was the last time you saw an AMC post in Wall Street Bets? where they encourage other. This is from this year, right? Yeah, this is okay. Just making sure. Earnings. Both AMC and APE slumped after the movie theater chain reported fourth quarter results as investors and analysts shifted their focus to the deal vote. Analysts, including B. Riley's Eric Wald, reiterated calls that investors will approve the restructuring, making the lawsuits moot. If that plays out, we feel it would be tough for a judge to rule the proposals are not in the best interest of shareholders if they vote that way. Wald, who rates the stock at neutral, wrote, AMC sank 8% to 657 on Wednesday, putting its gap, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, risks abound. Around 25% of AMC shares available for trading are currently sold short, according to S3 Partners data, with the fees to short the stock almost tripling this year. And then there's the volatile nature of meme stocks, whose valuations are often detached from reality. Placing a wager on meme stock means accepting the fact you're trading in, quote, uncharted territory. Fee to short AMC stock has soared amid high volatility. So they're saying back in December was 20.6%. Now it's just under 200%. Synthetic borrow. Alternatively, some traders have been utilizing option structures to borrow shares of AMC. The so-called synthetic borrow or reverse conversion addresses the concern of borrowing stability, but cushion only lasts until options expire. Now, given the expected delay, traders have to either roll the options package to a longer dated expiry for an additional cost or unwind the position. AMC's one-for-one exchange of preferred stock and common shares is part of the company's strategy to raise cash and keep the lights on. It's also proposing a 10-to-1 reverse stock split. Looking at that wide exchange spread, traders can still pocket an incredible potential return in a short period of time, but it's probably just for those who could stomach the unruly and highly volatile turns. It's quite perilous. There are all sorts of ways to potentially lose money. Yes, we know that. Okay. That's from this past Wednesday. Okay. Benzinga. AMC is set to face a hearing. Shareholders voting. Arbitrage traders. Violating state law by creating preferred shares in order to eviscerate the voting power of the common shareholders who had not supported issuing new shares. But they did, though. Back in the day. Meanwhile, shareholders would vote on March 14th over whether to convert the preferred equity to common shares. Why it matters. Benzinga Pro data shows that over 22% of AMC's float was shorted as per early February data. However, the common stock has risen over 51% in the last month. How about that? You squeeze the shorts. Okay. Well,
To always as a go around, because we said no in the first place, and that was the go around. But the problem is, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. Later on down the road, ape is gonna be completely fucking worthless and diluted. You're gonna have more apes than there is AMC, which is bizarro land. But at the end of the day, they can't do nothing else down there. So trust me, they really want you to give them the vote. They really want the judge to go, yeah, let's just do this, because they know if
yeah,
they
let's just
do
do
this,
it.
what's going to happen to AMC down the road as the economy gets worse and they've already diluted, and at the end of the day, we all go bye-bye. They know this is the last fucking lambada right now with AMC and A. They know it. Now, yes, If they get the yes vote, they're gonna merge everything and sprinkle, and the shorts will cover. But they're gonna cover because there's gonna be shares all over the place. That's a cleanup operation. Don't be fooled. At the end of the day, we're gonna make our money in the in-betweens. Now, if it's a no back and forth, they have a situation that they gotta deal with. You know what that is? AMC right now is tight.
Mad back, what's up, dude?
And that's why they need this, because that
Either AMC gets to dilute, which kills any equity left in the stock, or AMC isn't able to dilute, which then speeds up the inevitable bankruptcy. Either way, apes are dead, man walking. Not a bad analysis, my friend.
that motherfuckers are about to explode. Okay? And if it explodes, the only way to turn that thing off is 8. So we're in a unique time frame. You cast your vote any way you want. Okay? Just like your sexual preference. Has nothing to do with me.
Okay. Right.
You freaky motherfuckers. But at the end of the day, please understand. That threat about dumping ape on us down the road, yeah, I want to see how that comes back to bite you in the ass. Giant love.
Giant love.
But we're about to get real serious real soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Getting serious. Serious as a heart attack. Okay. Now I'm trying to find something here. And I'll find it. I'll find it. Let's see. I'm looking for the line in one of AMC's statements that mentions that AMC shareholders approved the preferred equity when, because it was like before Adam Aaron even joined the company. I think it was 2013 or something. But I'm looking, I can't find the statement that's in. If anybody knows, let me know. I guess I could just go to like the SEC and look in the Edgar database, but I mean, this doesn't mention it, but it's another Bloomberg article. AMC sinks on plan to convert preferred shares. This is back in December. The changes would stop investors from pushing AMC toward penny stock territory, Adam Aaron said. The preferred equity units debuted in August were quickly caught up in volatility linked to retail trading of so-called meme stocks. So here's the issuance, I think. Preferred stock. Basket of meme stocks. Oh, speaking of baskets of stocks. Oh, I got one. I got one for you guys. It doesn't mention. Does not mention it in here. I know it is mentioned somewhere. But isn't that funny? The changes would stop investors from pushing AMC toward penny stock territory. And I said this from basically from the get-go of the conversion and the reverse split. If they don't do this, there's a real risk of delisting. Apparently there was. It is in, quote, it is in the best interest of our shareholders for us to simplify our capital structure, thereby eliminating the discount that has been applied to the preferred equity units. Also, as a company as distinguished as AMC shouldn't let Wall Streeters wishing us harm drive us into being a penny stock. So in the shareholder vote, you can also consider a 1-to-10 reverse stock split. 1-to-10, okay, sure. Simple arithmetic, if approved, the share count goes down, so share price goes up. Company is seeking a shareholder meeting. Investors pushed back on an effort to issue 25 million new shares last year. Yeah. But where 10-to-1. See, now they said it correctly. Proposing to convert preferred equity units into common shares along with a 10-to-1 reverse stock split. 1-to-10. The changes would stop investors from pushing AMC toward penny stock territory. Adam Aron, chief executive officer of the world's largest movie theater chain, said Thursday the preferred equity units debuted in August were quickly caught up in the volatility. Okay, but that still doesn't tell us. You know what I'm saying, that there was, how about the original announcement? I think it mentioned in it. Okay, this is August 4th. It was actually announced. Okay, here's the announcement. Is this what I just looked at? Yeah, that's what I just looked at. The issuance of AMC preferred equity units is made possible by the authorization approved by shareholders to issue AMC preferred equity in 2013. Okay, so this is what I want to find that in the SEC Edgar. I want to find that action. After we flip over to the futures here. What was AA's tweets about? AA's tweets were trying to get people to vote yes, essentially. They were vote yes tweets. That, the reverse split, conversion reverse split will prevent traders, Wall Streeters, prevent them from making AMC a penny stock. That's what he said. He said that. That's crazy. Now, what was this? It was 2013. Okay, well, I don't know how to search for this here, but just do this and change it, I guess. AMC Entertainment Holdings issuer prior to 2014. I don't know. 0101. Okay. Can I get more than 40 on a pay? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Registration of securities. 13 starts here. Let's see what this is. All right, let's see what we got here. Form S1 filed August 30th, 2013. This looks like common stock. We are one of the world's largest theatrical exhibition companies. our strategy, the customer experience leader. Okay, let's see here. What is this SEC generated letter? Maybe it would be actually in this registration of securities. Maybe not. What if they actually didn't approve it? What if it actually was never approved? Has anybody looked for this? I don't know. Current report. It's going to be in the 8K. It's got to be. Charter. Company announced an initial public offering of 18 million shares. Was priced at $18 a share. Company announced it had closed the IPO. Financial. Okay, exhibits. Exhibit 1. Purpose. Capital stock. Total number of shares of capital stock. The corporation has authority to issue 650 million shares, consisting of 524 million shares of Class A common stock, 75 million shares of Class B common stock, and up to 50 million shares of preferred stock, par value 1 cent. Except as otherwise provided by law or as set forth herein, the shares of the stock of the corporation, regardless of class, may be issued by the corporation from time to time in such amounts for such consideration and for such corporate purposes as the board of directors may from time to time determine. The board of directors is hereby expressly authorized by resolution or resolutions to establish out of the unissued shares of preferred stock one or more series of preferred stock, and to determine with respect to each such series the number of shares constituting such series and the designation of such series, voting powers, if any, of the shares of such series, and the preferences and relative participating optional or other special rights, if any, and any qualifications, limitations, or restrictions thereof of the shares of such series. The powers, preferences, and relative participating optional and other special rights of each series of preferred stock, and the qualifications, limitations, or restrictions thereof, if any, may differ from those of any and all other series at any time outstanding. Okay. D, the number of authorized shares of any of the common stock or the preferred stock may be increased or decreased, but not below the number of shares thereof then outstanding, by the affirmative vote of the holders of a majority in voting power of the stock of the corporation entitled to vote thereon, irrespective of the provisions of sections blah, 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 and no vote of the holders of any common or preferred stock voting separately as a class shall be required therefore. What's up, Chris? Each holder of record AMC common stock will have 1 vote for each share of common stock A. Each holder of record of Class B common stock shall have 3 votes for each share, except as otherwise provided the Third Amendment and restated certificate of incorporation. Holders of shares of Class A common and Class B common stock shall at times vote together as one class on all matters submitted to a vote or for the consent of the stockholders of the corporation. In the election of directors, stockholders shall be entitled to cast for any one candidate no greater number of votes than the number of shares held by such stockholder. No stockholder shall be entitled to accumulate votes on behalf of any candidate. Except as otherwise required by law, holders of record of common stock shall not be entitled to vote on any amendment to this third amended and restated certificate of incorporation, including any significant blah, 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 blah. Subject to applicable rights and laws of the holders of any outstanding shares of preferred stock or any class, having a preference over or the right to participate with the common stock with respect to payment of dividends. Dividends may be declared and paid on the common stock at such times and in such amounts as the board of directors in its discretion shall determine. This third amendment and restated certificate shall become effective immediately upon filing. Upon the effective time, each share of Class A common stock, if any of the corporation issued and outstanding immediately prior to the effective time, shall be automatically reclassified as and converted into 49.514 validly issued, fully paid, and non-assessable shares of common B stock, and each share of Class N common stock, and together with the Class A stock, if any of the corporation issued and outstanding immediately prior to the effective time, shall be automatically reclassified into Class A common stock. So they basically they took the old stock and merged it all into one. Fractional shares, board of directors, action by stockholders. Any action required or permitted to be taken at any annual or special meeting of stockholders of the corporation may be taken without a meeting, without prior notice, and without a vote. If a consent or consents in writing setting forth the action so taken shall be signed by the holders of outstanding stock of the corporation, having not less than the minimum number of votes that would be necessary to authorize or take such action at a meeting at which all shares entitled to vote thereon were present and voted, and shall be delivered to the corporation by delivery to its registered office in Delaware, its principal place of business, or to an officer or agent of the corporation having custody of the book in which the proceedings of meetings of stockholders are recorded. Provided, however, that if at any time Wanda or its affiliates no longer beneficially owns in the aggregate more than 50% of the voting power of all the then outstanding shares of stock of the corporation entitled to vote generally in the election of the directors, then any action required or permitted to be taken at any annual or special meeting of the stockholders of the corporation must be effected at a duly called annual or special meeting of such stockholders and may no longer be affected by any consent in writing. Okay. Okay. I don't think there's any, I'm not seeing anything that stands out as weird. Kevin Connor, Senior Vice President. I think they're on the up and up there. I don't know. Could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. So now, what do we got? The rescue operation now? Great. I mean, we're following the dollar. That's all that's happening right now. It's just, you know, bonds back up. It's going to be another garbage week in the market. I know it. I just know it. I just know it. It's going to be another garbage ass week. All right. Oops, wrong one. AMC will issue 200 million shares. What's this?
Well, guys, this is where the vote for APE and MC conversion will be determined. Look at these lines from the actual statement from AMC. The company may seek authorization at any time after and if people approve it. Second point over here, including seeking an increase of a higher number of authorized shares of a common stock beyond what is needed to convert all the apes. What this actually means, as you can see over here, because AMC already issued twice the
What a
apes
douche.
on the open market, first equivalent 1-to-1 to the float of AMC, and then issue additional shares. The current float of the ape is 700 million, and the current float of AMC remains at 500 million. So essentially they already screwed if nobody approve the actual conversion. Why? Remember this slim line which allows anyone who owns apes essentially to have the same exact voting power. And essentially if you look the actual filing according to AMC, this was an interest paid to the original AMC shareholders. Ape was an interest according to the filing. This is why a lot of people in Canada already reported that the government is seeking for them paying taxes on the ape, right? So if Adam Aron just had the agenda with only one proposal, which is the total conversion, without allowing AMC to issue more shares,
See, I could see it being that bad back, but I also think he might not actually be in New York. Like, I don't know, just getting this sense that, you know, he's probably in
to convert ape
Moscow.
into AMC because there are more apes, currently 700 million.
Yeah, if he is in New
AMC,
York,
which is 500
then
million.
his accent's
So
fake.
this gap
Got to
of
be
around
one or the other.
200 million on the open market should be filled up. This is what, in my opinion, Adam Aron and AMC will do first. So if the vote passes, if the agenda votes for, and they have to issue additional 200 million AMC common stock, so they will match the ape. This will create additional selling pressure, and this is why, guys, I believe people will freak out. People will be very, very pissed, especially people who already vote no, and people who already announced plenty of times that they don't believe in this whole plan for reverse stock split and conversion of the ape and AMC. So just think about, they will have reverse stock split incoming, they will have a reduction of the price action. Everything is potential and figuratively speaking. But essentially, if the vote passes, I want to make sure that you realizes what I'm expecting to see, because nobody else is paying attention to this. First step will be issued
Oh, really?
more common stock.
Nobody else is paying
Match
attention
the
to
ape.
that.
Then they're gonna proceed with the actual conversion, 1-to-1. So they will convert all the 700 million apes into AMC, and with all this float, they will do reverse stock split, which will reduce the float back in. Crazy, I know. Now you understand why Adam Aron said, guys.
So it'll be 140 million roughly. Is that right? I don't know. Watch the end where he walks around. Okay.
All in. If we don't have complete vote for.
Oh, speaking of all in, I got something for that
The
too.
agenda, we're not gonna proceed. If people accept one and disagree or vote against the other parts of the agenda, we won't have the consensus, right? This is the idea over here. This is why Adam Aron realized that the only way they could proceed through their original plan is to have everyone vote for, so they can do actually all this. Issue more AMC common stock, match the ape, convert the ape into AMC, then do the reverse stock split, and then the last part of the agenda, which allowing them to do all this, to issue more apes and to issue more common stock. This is, I believe, is the clearest explanation of the whole situation, and maybe most realistic development of the story. Again, not a financial advice. We're just scrolling through the numbers and following up what is the process. I don't see other way around. They cannot convert it without issuing more common stock matching the ape, and I believe they cannot issue more apes or issue more AMC without asking the shareholders.
Ha ha ha. Love those track pants. Yeah, fuck his outro. But also hilarious. Okay. I never know what he's trying to say either. Fuck. They're gonna issue 200 million shares. Okay, so what, AMC is like 500, Ape 700. So there's gonna be 1.4 billion and then do your reverse split. So you'll end up with 140 million. Is that what they're saying? I don't know. Let's be clear. MOAS, gamma squeeze, technicals, and more. No, let's not. Let's not. Okay. Thanks. Now, Lou had a video the other day, I think. What is this? Mickey Crypto? Who are all these people? AMC stock price prediction news today, 5 March. That's today. Jesus. Mickey Crypto. Mickey Mouse Crypto.
Guys, today that is AMC stock right now.
Okay, now this is getting all fucking ridiculous with all these goddamn European and God knows where grifters. Come on.
The side of the
YouTube, crack down on these fucks. This is international securities fraud.
5 March. Before we start on
Jesus.
the video, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to
and it's hard to understand what the fuck they're saying.
Video until the end, and let's start with easy steps that I
Great, another fucking guy who changes the scaling every 5 seconds.
provide on the video.
Great.
So whenever you are going to be free on the stock, you have to see that it's going to be upcoming here on the support and the resistance. So this is AMC traditional property things that you should know whenever that is very nice and not bad at all on the trend line here. And this is going to be here this movements and this increase. So however, that is AMC stock.
Yeah, you fucking hope with that bounce.
And I am seriously, guys, I understand that is very important for you to have this kind
29,000 subscribers. What? Oh my God.
Like this, whenever that is going to be available, and maybe not bad at all on the side of the things that maybe not available in the other side. So just see this. This is AMC price prediction here. There is no other thing that you can say that you are talking about it. This is not going to be bad in saying things that it may not exist. Okay, and I am absolutely serious about what I'm saying here. This is not going to be a thing that is bad. I hope you guys understand that AMC stock company is going to give you a reveal things that may be reaching to a sides of the things that is maybe matters on the AMC stock right now. This is not going to be whatever in the side of the what we wanted to reach on the next targets that I am sure about whenever that is going to be available, and hope you guys understand that this video.
Yeah, it sounds like one of dude. Yeah.
AMC, and good luck on another.
I think this guy called my grandma
stock
for that fucking scam. Wow, that was it? Oh my God. I mean, they only got 66 views in 8 hours. So don't have to be too worried about them. Oh, yeah, of course. We gotta check in with our man, Mohammed. Our man, Mohammed. Oops. The main man, Mohammed. Frankie.
What's up, this Frankie, man? Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion, may not necessarily be factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I say in this video. Look, let me give a shout out to Ape Nation Will. You know, I enjoyed your last video. And as a matter of fact, let me say this, man. Ever since I've been fighting for the past 90 days for retail investors.
He's been fighting for the past 90 days. What, did you go on a hunger strike?
You know, to keep their stocks, you know, and I've been opposing these these proposals coming from Adam Aaron. For the most part, man, you know, I've had nothing, man, but positive support, you know, coming from people. So, you know, I've only had, man, very few haters. You know, so for the most part, man, that's how I know, man, what I'm doing the right thing, and I'm good. You see what I'm saying? And see, look, I agree with Ape Nation Will. See, man, check this out. If you look at some retail investors and you look at some apes, they showing, man, they got a whole lot of vigor and they got a whole lot of energy when it comes to letting Gary Gensler and the SEC know how they feel about the corruption that's going on.
No. SEO. SEO is right. It's all about the SEO with these clowns. Don't make no mistake. It's all about the SEO.
And the SEC know how they feel about the corruption that's going on with AMC. However, they don't keep that same engine when it comes to Adam Aaron and the board, as far as what Adam Aaron and the board is doing about the corruption in AMC stock.
Okay,
And
that's
see,
just too
like I
bad. It's not
said
even.
yesterday, man, that's hypocrisy. Not only is it hypocrisy, it's not effective if you're really trying to stop the corruption that's going on in the stock.
Well, of course they're not trying to do that. Why would they care about that? They just want their money. Fuck you, pay me. That's it. By the way, I forget how was it? It was supposed to be speaking of something and I had something for it. Well, here it is. Check this out, okay? I'm tired of working. I'm tired of working. This is from the AMC stock subreddit 23 hours ago. I'm tired of working. I'm tired of struggling and barely getting enough to pay to live on a fucking tiny apartment with my family. That's why I hold AMC. I'm holding for a better life. I'm holding for my children's future and the future of their children. I have nothing to lose. I could just sell and make my current situation slightly better and still work the rest of my life and sell, or I can work the rest of my life and try for MOAS and give something to my children and a life worth fighting for and fuck up all those corrupt assholes who don't follow their own rules. Either way, I'm fucked. So I hold for MOAS. I have nothing to lose and everything to gain either way. I'd rather try for it and make some money and not give up than give up Miss MOAS and regret it for the rest of my life. To me, personally, it's a no brainer. I literally have no other choice but to win. And I don't even know where to start with something like this. Seriously, I don't know if this is I mean, it is a real post. It's on Reddit. But I mean, who would write this? Seriously, who would write something like this? I mean, what the fuck? Really? Really? You have no other choice but to win. Well, then you're fucked. You are fucked. 58 years old, wondering if I'll get to enjoy some retirement before I die. This is my shot. Yeah, sounds like you're really on your way towards that. I'm about to turn 40 and this is my only retirement I haven't had to spend to support my family, MOAS or work until I die. Okay? I'm not selling. I'm fucking up my credit, but I'm not selling. Once MOAS, I won't need credit. Okay, there's a good logical stance. I'm not selling. I'm fucking up my credit, but I'm not selling. Once the MOAS comes, I won't need credit. Sure. No different here, my friend. Tired of living paycheck to paycheck. Tired of struggling. Tired of not having any money saved up. Tired of wondering if I'll be okay in retirement. I just want to know what it feels like to not have worry. Well, who in the fuck doesn't have worry? What do they think? Who do these people? These people have the most fucked up conceptions of what it is like for other people. Oh my God. Rich people don't have to worry about anything, guys. Jesus. I hold because I don't know what else to do. So this better work. It has to work. My God. This better work. It has to work. Oh, that always works out. Let me tell you, that usually works out. Coming up 7 years in the military, I have a stable job if I want to, but I'd much rather come home and have a nice life. That's why I hold for MOAS. I'm not even going to say anything to that one. They don't want a stable job in the military. They have a stable job, but they don't want that. They'd rather come home and live a nice life and be rich. Fucking ridiculous. Don't worry, pretty soon the big banks will drop their CBDC and ratchet a level of control only your nightmares can show. So keep your chin up. This is the good times. CBDC, conspiracy theorist. That's the most desperate post I've read in a while. Wow, I'm not a fan of these posts that complain. I could have complained years ago when I worked crap jobs, a good amount of them too. I knew that was the life I didn't want to live. I worked my ass off to go to university, take courses, upgrade my skill sets, gain experience, and kept applying for jobs after being told no. I worked nonstop to pay for it. Now I live in the mountains with a great place to live, a woman I love, a fun truck, and a six-figure job with ample vacation and days off. If you want a better life, complaining does absolutely nothing to help you. Find ways to change your life and do it. Life is about being positive regardless of what outcomes happen. Negativity only drowns your mind. Look at this. -8 on the upvotes. I mean, so 8 downvotes, no upvotes, or a net vote position of -8 points. Because who wants to hear this? That it's your responsibility. That's not ape. That is no ape. I am shocked this post gets downvoted. This sub can't accept honest truth, I guess. OP here just wants no effort. Quick free money and quit working. Barely making enough money and already tired of working. Go improve personal job skills to find a better paying job. Stop counting on 100x money overnight gambling in the stock market. Working is part of life, and people should find a job that has value towards society and contribute as a human being. MOAS or not, it's not about quitting jobs. I'll keep working because I find value in it, even if I have 1 billion cash in my bank account. AMC purpose is to challenge the Wall Street and fight for market fairness and transparency. No, 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 no. If people are in for getting rich quick so they can be lazy, those people are messed up. Well, they're all messed up. All these got downs. MOAS play is dead. At best, you have fundamental squeeze with 90% of your shares gone. Mm. Hey, if you don't trust Adam Aaron, just sell now and leave the sub. Shill tactic number 1, tell investors to sell if you don't trust AA leading you off a cliff. Shill tactic number 1. No, shill tactic number 1 is to say, well, why don't you go short the stock then? If you hate it so much, just go short it, okay? Maybe I will. Maybe I did. I can't do that right now. SEC. These are the wiki numbers for CREDE. They better not change them. Misreporting on wiki is not something I've ever seen before May 2021. In the 18 years I've tracked box office, first movie I ever saw misreported was Conjuring 3. Well, stuff gets messed with on Wikipedia all the time. You haven't seen it before May 2021? Oh, how convenient is that? They're trying to mess with AMC's numbers, clearly. What a bunch of crybaby children. Little fucking boys. I feel it. This is the week for MOAS. Just a feeling. Help, no voting papers. Guess what? It doesn't matter. Ken Griffin is editing Wiki. Probably. Probably. The AMC and regular Highcroft silver coins were delivered crazy fast. Hopefully you other apes get them soon. Yes, hopefully that you do get them soon because they're such useful items. They should seriously sell a special batch of these to pay off AMC debt. AMC has huge ownership now. Why not partner up and produce a special batch of coins as an additional revenue source? You can't short gold or silver physical coins. Every sale is recognized and off Wall Street and right into AMC pockets. Obviously, Highcroft would have a percentage too, but imagine the news release saying AMC sold 1 billion worth of gold and silver coins. 3.3 million coins at $300 per coin. $300 per coin. Or 2.5 million coins at $400 each. I know some crazy apes would jump on those. Yeah, I'm sure they would. A smaller batch at 10 million coins at $100. We could sell those out while going to the movies in no time. What is wrong with these people? For 15,000 years, fraud and short-sighted thinking have never ever worked, not once. Eventually you get caught, things go south. When the hell did we forget all that? Oh, okay. Like I love this. Like, this is like a philosophical ape. Oh, let us not forget that fraud and short-sighted thinking have never ever worked, not once. Eventually you get caught. No, not necessarily, but I mean, okay, that may be true. Let's just go off of the assumption that it is, all right? Yes, eventually you get caught, things go south, but it's still operating on an assumption, the assumption that you have identified the fraud and short-sighted thinking. And I'm sorry, but the apes haven't. The apes are the fraud. The apes are the short-sighted thinkers. Period. So, yeah, eventually you will get caught. That's what's happening now, and it's going south, or as I like to say, it's going tits up. This thing has gone tits up, okay? And you don't even realize it yet. So, once it hits you, that'll be a rude awakening. Uh, Still here, Gary, do your job, okay? Hedgies and brokers are getting desperate. Okay. Retail investors, the short hedge funds, Wall Street, the regulators, SEC brokers, market makers, your government are all corrupt. Little by little, over time, they have cheated the masses for their own benefit. Look at the hedge funds that have gone under already. Look at FTX. Just look. So clearly, that means that a bunch of undeserving, ignorant, entitled little boys should be rich. That's what that means. Retail investors on Reddit, Twitter, and all other social media sites all see the same thing and cannot understand it. If it's corruption, then that explains it all. Because with corruption, they can manipulate anything. Look at the distractions. What was supposed to be a highly secure warehouse burns to the ground. People lying to Congress. Collusion between short hedge funds and market makers. Several brokers turning off the buy button. Dark pool trading. All these things there's nothing wrong with any of these things. Blatant naked short selling. No, blatant? You can't just say it's blatant and not have any proof. Where's your proof? You have no fucking proof. None. I'm not even reading any more of this garbage. Stupid. That person, dumb. Post vote time frame for reverse split. Well, read the fucking documents. Still on threshold list. Oh, still on threshold list. Now, here's something different. And this actually happened last week, but I didn't have a live for the last half of the week yet. So here we go. How about fuck, I'm an idiot. How about SGEM and LGEM trading? SGEM and LGEM. Yes, these are the Jim Cramer inverse and non-inverse ETFs that are now trading. Yeah. So, of course, in true charlatan fashion, everybody's excited about the SGEM short, the inverse Cramer tracker. But it, of course, went down on Friday, and long Jim went up. Long Jim. So they started trading on Thursday, March 2nd. I think they both opened at $25, basically. Yeah, essentially. And so there you go. Something new to trade if you want something new to trade. 15,000. I forget what that was referenced to, but yeah, sure. 15,000. Hit the like button. Come on, hit the like button. Dare you. So I don't know. There's no options on these yet. No options yet, which that's kind of a drag. But there will be before too long, I'm sure. So if you're interested in going against Jim Cramer, buy the SJIM ticker. And if you want to go with Jim Cramer, which would have been the right call, at least on Friday, buy the LJIM ticker. Thought that was fun. Okay, but anyway, back to this clown.
And furthermore, man, you're not going to.
You know, when he says furthermore, it's going to be good.
Anything significantly done if you're trying to address the corruption in the stock, but yet
Corruption.
you don't want to deal with Adam Aaron and the board. You see what I'm saying? Look, man, these criminal billionaire hedge funds, in my opinion, is illegally shorting probably thousands of stocks.
Well, the problem is it's just an opinion. You don't have any proof. Never had any proof. So, yeah, we understand that you think that, but it's time for you to shit or get off the pot, as they say. Okay? It's time for you to shit or get off the fucking pot. Now, will they do that? No. They're just going to continue whining like little boys with no evidence, no proof, no facts. It's starting to get really fucking annoying, to be honest with you. You have nothing to say, then don't make a fucking video. Okay? Don't make a video.
What I'm saying, AMC, man,
or else you're going to get fucking destroyed. You're going to get fucking torn limb from limb. And we're going to be ruthless on your ass because you keep regurgitating the same bullshit without adding anything. And this isn't directed just at Mohammed here. It's directed at all of them. All right. In other words, fuck you.
But they doing this kind of stuff, in my opinion, throughout the stock market. So if the board and management is not going to stand up.
You ever thought that maybe, let's just, for the sake of argument here, assume that there is all this corruption going on. What if, and this is crazy, but what if Adam Aaron and all the AMC guys and everything, what if they know there is, but that's not a fight that they're willing to put up. In other words, they know that shit's probably corrupt, but they didn't sign up for that. They didn't sign up for that. And neither did the apes, except when, things did go their way. So, I mean, just what a ridiculous thing. What a ridiculous thing. I mean, if I were, on the board of a company like this, can't say that I would want to, like willingly embrace trying to quote unquote eliminate the corruption on Wall Street. That sounds like a good way to get, steamrolled or something, right? I don't know. I don't know. Not everybody's as righteous as the apes. That's all I got to say. Oh, how many of these people are sovereign citizens? Oh, you know that they are. You know it.
AMC stand up for the company and stand up for the shareholders. When you got them when you got these criminal billionaire hedge funds doing everything that they doing throughout the stock market to probably thousands of stocks. If Adam Aaron don't want to stand up and the board don't want to stand up, what do you think the powers to be gonna do? If they don't.
And why does anybody care about quote unquote what hedge funds are doing to all these other stocks? I mean, what? So you're the saviors of finance, but you can't even prove what you're saying is true. is actually real. You can't even prove it. You don't even try to prove it. You just want people to believe you, trust you, bro. It doesn't work like that in the real world. It does not. It doesn't work like that. Okay? People are going to ask you, well, how do you know this? I can't wait until the Marine goes into his little deposition. He's going to say some dumb shit, and they're going to ask him questions. He's not going to be able to answer. Maybe he'll come out of it humbled. Maybe he'll come out of it like, wow, you know what? I'm done. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. But I think part of the problem for these clowns is they've never actually been challenged. Like, they've never been challenged. They've never been, nobody has ever, like, just by default tried to hold them to a higher standard because they have the lowest standards of any community on YouTube, on social media, on the internet. Doesn't matter what they say, it's believed. It doesn't matter if there's no proof, they don't ask for it. It doesn't matter if it's ridiculous. The more ridiculous, the more they believe it. The bigger the lie, the more they believe. Jesus Christ. Every day with this guy, Adam Aaron, this and Adam Aaron, that. Donnie, the same thing. Yeah, these guys are they're clowns. They're clowns.
They don't stand up. And you got
Stand
all
up.
these,
Yeah, you
and
better
got
stand
all
up.
these companies being
We're going to stand up.
shorted by all these criminal hedge funds, and they don't want to stand up. What you think the powers that be gonna do?
Well, why would they stand up? I mean, let's think about it. Does the share price, how does the share price going down, which I mean is arguable if short sellers are even responsible for that, but selling pressure nonetheless. But who does it affect primarily when the stock price goes down? Let me phrase it this way. How does it affect the company when the stock price goes down? Right? So the company, when they issue shares, they sell them for the first time. Yeah, they're taking the money. They've sold the shares. Now they're trading out in the market. So does AMC get a percentage of shares traded? Do they get a cut of the equity that's moved around? No, they don't get a cut of it. They don't get a cut of the equity that moves around. That's all among shareholders. So I don't understand why he thinks that like this is such a big deal beyond shareholders losing money, which is always a risk, even in a company that, well, I didn't think that the stock was going to go down. Well, but it did. Sorry. It happens every day. It happens every day, but because these people have no experience and they were told that it would go up infinitely. But see, that's like nobody has ever held them to a higher standard by default. Nobody has ever laughed in their face, I would say. They, meaning the apes always have the dominant seemingly position. They want to force they want to assert their beliefs. And I think that most people either it catches them off guard or they're just like, wow, this person's way out there. It's not even worth it. But Mark Cohodes was one of the few people that kind of did. Like, it was just, okay, no, that's wrong. You're wrong. You don't have any proof. Next. And that's the way it should be. That's the way it absolutely should be. But they're in such an echo chamber here. It's doubtful. If anyone can get their hands on the tape from the Marines deposition, that would be gold. It would be more hilarious than the Little Wayne deposition tape from years ago.
You see what I'm saying? And see, this is another thing, man. And I'm serious about this. Hey, look, it was a problem, man, for AMC to watch the stock go from $74 to $4. That's ridiculous. You see what I'm saying?
How is it ridiculous? You know what's ridiculous? AMC being $74. That's what's ridiculous. Hello, are we not? So a company that is oh, it's not about fundamentals though, Scott. It's not about fundamentals. You can't talk about fundamentals. Okay. No fundamentals.
To let a stock do that without you actually trying to fight to prevent something like that from happening.
Why didn't they ask questions about why it went from $12 or whatever to $72 in just a few days? Shouldn't that also be looked at then? Because it seems like a pretty irrational move. Okay, there it is, irrational. It's an irrational move. What does the market do? It corrects that irrationality, corrects that inefficiency. And that just happens. It's not going to stay at $74. Clearly it's not. So this is some ridiculous lines of thinking here.
You see what I'm saying? Because in my opinion, man, it didn't have to go like that. Now, a lot of people,
Yeah, it did.
retail investors didn't make a lot of money off their stock
Some
being
did.
treated like that.
Some
But it's
did.
a lot of people made money.
They could have. What what do you think's going to happen? A stock goes way higher than it's ever been. There's no actual reason for that. No fundamental reason. I mean, it could be options, it could be, short covering, could be all this shit. Why would you not think it would go down? I mean, seriously, why would you think it would keep going up? Chuck, what's up, my friend? Just wish I knew enough about the market 2 years ago to short AMC down. See, and that's exactly because most of the people involved in this were in a severe echo chamber then, and the people that were leading the calls that were being echoed, you're talking about Trey Collins, Matt Coles, Roach Capital, Chart the VIX, Review Pork, all those clowns, the Kansas Five, they didn't know shit either. So it was the blind leading the retarded, or the retarded leading the blind, deaf and dumb, something. It was a shit show, is what it was. But the funny thing is, though, if you look around on the internet, if you look around on YouTube from that era, from that period of time, late May, early June, or June in general, there are videos out there. There were people out there saying, "This looks like a good short. It's not going to stay up here." People were saying that. Now, you couldn't search for AMC like I do. AMC, put it in order of time, uploaded date, and you're not going to see it in here. You're not going to see it if you search for AMC because it's overrun with this garbage. It's overrun with this garbage. Moreover, I'll say this too. If people tried to play AMC with put options in 2021, there's a problem there too. There's a problem there too. I don't know if I can actually get a chart that's going to show this. I'm going to try though. Not so much. Maybe I can do it on Thinkorswim. Let's see here. I guess we can do it this way. Maybe. Yeah, okay. And we looked at this before. It's nothing new. But in fact, you know what? I'm going to undo what I just did. I put this line on here apparently last time. This line. But the blue chart at the bottom is implied volatility. Okay. Now this is like an average for the whole stock. So now this line, I think this line was where this ended here. And I said, I'm pretty sure, where do you think it's going to go from here? It might go up a little bit more, but probably going to go down because what does it normally do when it spikes and then it goes down? And it's like that's exactly what it did. And usually it corresponds to some price action. Well, I guess it technically did correspond to some price action, but not that fabulous of anything here. But anyway, here's the question. Here's the moment of time in question. So this is 2021. It's off there. Okay. So we had this huge IV spike on June 2nd. And the problem with going with put options here is that the put options saw this IV sell off too, and that would have devalued the options. So kind of really just had to sell calls, but that wasn't really available for everybody. How long until the apes start their own compound and go all Waco on society? That's funny. Oops, what's happening here? So I remember seeing posts, tweets from apes on some of these uptrends too, and downtrends. But generally speaking, I mean, here's one. You know, by the time you got up to this point, the IV is already starting to roll over. So with these options, you had to get in and then get out quickly. That's all I'm saying, and it just didn't work a lot of the times, especially if people were utilizing basic strategies that weren't, especially if they were utilizing basic strategies on very short time frames. Those options are going to be affected way more by IV than longer dated options, and they just got killed. Okay, so let's reset all this here, see what's happening in the futures. I mean, this shit's so ridiculous at this point. Really, all of it is. I mean, but let's do this. Let's go to the NASDAQ, I guess, and go to like a 4-hour chart. So these are the futures. Can we do this? Okay, yeah, we can. Okay. So this is our Friday move, Thursday, Friday move here. And we're coming, it's this level. Right here where it reversed, right? Is that correct? Here, oh, not quite. Jesus. Need that. Okay. Right. Or on the QQQ, let's do daily, I guess. No, we'll do 4-hour so we get the after. Right here. Actually want to extend to the left. I'm just curious about that level. In the QQQ, it was like 288 and change. That's where the reversal happened. I'm looking at other times it crossed this price action to see kind of what happened. Here's a reversal off of it. Here's it acting as resistance. So it looks like a sticky level. Now I'm curious. Go to a daily chart. Let me get these moving averages off here. All right, now let's look back a little bit more. So here's our all-time high. November 22nd, 2021. And here's our low. So let's do a Fibonacci retracement. See if this lines up with anything. And I'm just gonna go in here and do this just to be sure I get the exact numbers. 408.71, 254.26. Okay, it's close. It's close to the, and you know what I'm gonna do? Can I reverse it? Oh, I guess not. I'll tell you what, I don't like that. I don't like that. So who's buying SGEM and who's buying LGEM? I'm curious if anybody's gonna mess around with those. I'm thinking about it. Okay. Well, that's got all my lines on it, so maybe we'll just go to SPY. I'm just having a little bit of look-see here. Let me get these other lines off here. Okay, so here's our, now we're on our weekly. I don't want to be on weekly. Okay. Now I'm gonna go all the way back to the, I'm gonna go all the way back. Now it says that there's a 348.11. Where did that go? Maybe an after hour thing. I don't know. Oh, no, it's down here. I think. Fuck the magnet. 340. Where's 348.11 in the 52-week range then? Maybe, is it right there? Is it right? 348. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Just got to get to it. Just got to get on the right spot. And of course, we didn't have the all-time high within that period of time, but in the 52-week period, but it's good. I mean, it's hanging out right around the 618. Tony, what's up? Apes think Planet of the Apes happened for real when they look over the human race. Walmart should be selling pacifiers for the apes as well, not just popcorn. I like that. I like that.
But man, if the CEO and management let the stock go from $74 to $4, and they didn't try to stop it, man, you got to question the management staff like that. Man, and if you don't want to question the management staff like that, and your money is invested in the stock, man, you got a serious problem. And see, I think one of the issues with some apes and some retail investors in our short squeeze play, they're more interested in proving a point and being seen than actually trying to solve the problem as far as the corruption in AMC. You see what I'm saying, man? They not really trying to solve the problem. And I'm gonna move on to something else, man. Like I said,
Well, I mean, okay, solve the problem. I mean, okay, the apes think that they have created the problem. Their retail engagement has created this problem that they're dealing with. They are dealing with, the hedge funds and Wall Street are dealing with through illegal means. But I say the whole premise is flawed. Retail is insignificant, even in AMC, even in GameStop, even in these highly volatile meme stock names. The retail investors are irrelevant. But the problem is CNBC, Fox News, Reddit, all of these institutions, social institutions, have told them that, wow, you guys figured out, you guys, the apes cracked Wall Street. Wow. Oh yeah, you guys have the power now, man. Yeah, Wall Street, no, they don't. No, you got retail investors are the new firms. Wall Street Bets is the new hedge fund, which is all garbage. It's all garbage. Yet they insist that they uncovered all this fraud and da 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 da. And but why aren't they doing any, why isn't anybody doing anything about it? And you know, fuck you, pay me. And yet still I go back to the point that none of this has been shown to be true. It's all speculation. It's all wrong. I want to come down right down to it. If you're not giving evidence that clearly supports the assertion, if you don't even try to do that, you're by default you're wrong. And to assume the opposite is just asinine. People deserve what they're getting. They will continue to deserve what they're getting because these are some basic fucking principles. Basic principles. Why would you not apply them? Especially when you're talking about money, investing, stuff that is outside of your control. A lot of it. You can control what you buy into and when you pull out of it, but that's not your world. So quit saying that you know what happens, that obviously, oh, we all know. No, you don't. You don't know shit. You don't know fucking shit. At the end of the day, you don't know fucking shit.
See, I think as far as the reverse stock split, you already know, man, how I feel about it. I voted no on everything. I feel like the proposals that Adam Aaron and Interior Capital is trying to push on retail investors, I think they horrible. And I think they only going to benefit 1%ers. You see what I'm saying? We're not going to benefit from that. And I also feel like
you're not going to benefit from anything at this point. What you would benefit most from is having sold your fucking shares 6 months ago and actually learned how to do something else instead of sitting here bitching about something that you lost a year and a half ago, coming up on 2 damn years ago. You made a terrible decision then, and you've made a series of terrible decisions since. Okay? Your money now is decimated. So the best thing that you could do is take the fucking loss, regroup, and try something else again later. But my God, this is like people who won't stop arguing once they have been shown, once they have been destroyed with facts, they still won't admit that they're wrong. They still won't stop arguing. It's like, give it up. You lost. Give it up. Okay? And that's not like ego or anything from me. It's just the reality of it. Like, you're not going to change it by fighting amongst yourselves, by trying to convince newcomers, which, I mean, newcomers at this point, I say newcomers need to get fucked even harder. And they probably will. Maybe. Newcomers, if you're new in this and you didn't do any due diligence and now there actually is stuff out there, not just my channel, but other channels, other Twitter users, other Reddit subreddits where there are other opinions. Okay, and it doesn't take very long. I don't think it takes very long for somebody with somewhat of an open mind to come across some things that Okay, yeah, that's a good question. How does that make sense? Wait, how do we know actually that there are all these synthetic? What are synthetic shares anyway? How do we know that there are these naked shorts? Who? When? Why? How? Once you start asking those questions, you have to suspend a lot of disbelief to go back to mindlessly buying and holding shares of stock that are down 85%. That's all I'm saying. Because once you start thinking that way, once you start adopting an evidence-based mindset, it's hard to go, you can't go back. You're like, well, I can't do that. I don't have any. Yeah, exactly. You don't have any evidence. You don't have any evidence. But that's all predicated on people starting to think that way. But I digress. Newcomers, if there are still newcomers to this play and they're not doing their due diligence and they're listening to people like Zero Data, and all the other new scavengers and whatever, there's not much excuse now. There really never was, but I mean, I can understand it at least because yeah, there legitimately was nothing. It was all AMC garbage. And it still is for the most part. But you also have the history of 2 years of price action which has directly proven these fucking grifters wrong. Nothing that they have said has come to pass. Not even Lou. Oh, everybody loved to say, Lou called it. No, he didn't. He called nothing. Called nothing. And if you want to come right down to it, the channel that has been the most accurate, one of the most accurate, if not the most accurate, on what continues to happen in this price action and this stock, well, you're on the channel right now.
That Adam Aaron and Interior Capital is trying to push on retail investors, I think they horrible. And I think they only going to benefit 1%ers. You see what I'm saying? We're not going to benefit from that. And I also feel like the retail investors that want to stay in AMC long term, I think those proposals are going to be catastrophic for those retail investors. That's just my opinion. I ain't no financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do. Man, do your own DD. You see what I'm saying? But what you do need to do, you need to go look and see what type of effect reverse stock splits have had on other companies and the effects that those reverse stock splits have had on those shareholders. And also you need to look at the condition of AMC, and you need to look and understand, man, who Adam Aaron's and who AMC enemies are. I think that's important. And man, moving on to what are atheists, because that's an issue in our community. Look,
Who are AMC's enemies? I would say manufacturers of microwavable popcorn, but no, can't say that anymore. Netflix, Disney, all the ones that apes said that we're going to buy AMC. I don't know.
The rules, man, for what an ape is, and the rules for what apes want, it was established, like I said in my other video, man, over 2 years ago. They was already laid down. The rules are, man, apes and retail investors that's apes. Retail investors that apes got in this play, AMC, because they wanted a MOAS. You see what I'm saying? They got into play, man, because they wanted life-changing money out of this short squeeze play.
And many of them got that in a move from $3 to $72. A 36x move. You could have 36 extra money, and that's just with shares. That's just with shares. You could have much gone beyond that with options. So, okay. So not everybody's a good trader. Understood.
The objective to get that is that you buy and you hold. You don't give your shares up for no reason, man, at all, period. Unless they ready to cover their shorts and they want to buy your shares back. That's how they got to get that's how they get their shares from us. And we make them bleed out to the point to where we force.
But Frankie, okay, look. That's how they get the shares from us? What are you saying? What are you saying?
Them to buy our shares back. See what I'm saying? Man, it ain't no way at all that you can tell me that giving up 90% of your shares for giving up 90% of your shares
I cannot believe that he's still.
because 1% has asked you to, or Adam Aaron asked you to.
I cannot believe. I can't believe that these people are still saying this. I mean, what a disgrace. What a poor reflection on someone's ability to think critically. Seriously. So, what he's saying, AMC price right now, or Friday, whatever, and AMC price is 658. 658. Okay, so if you have, let's say that you bought 100 shares, it was $34. You paid $3,400. Okay, $3,400 your cost basis. Okay, you have 100 shares at $34. Now they're worth $658. So obviously they are worth $658. Okay, it's a pretty substantial loss, but whatever. 3,400 minus 658. That's a loss of $2,000, $2,700. All right. So now you have 100 shares, 658. Question: does your cost on a 10-to-1 reverse stock split? Does your cost basis change other than proportionally to the number of shares you have? So in other words, you have a total of $3,400 of equity in this stock. That's what you put in. That was your initial investment. Okay, that was your initial equity. Through the magic of Wall Street and AMC YouTuber grifters, you managed to lose $2,742 of that $3,400. You're left with $658 for 100 shares. Okay. If the stock reverse splits and it goes to 65, 80, 65, 80, but you only have 10 shares. Oh, you just realized calculators are not visible. Oops. They will be. Oops. There we go. So $3,400 initial cost basis. You lost $2,700. Price is now $658. And the price, the stock gets split reversely, and the price becomes $65.80, but you only have 10 shares. It's still $658. Still $658. So how are you giving up 90% of your shares? I mean, yeah, you only have 10 instead of 100. I get that. But I can't believe that people are still saying that you're literally giving up equity. I mean, he didn't say that, but that's what he means, right? He's saying you're giving up the equity. So what he's saying is that you have 658 times 100, 658. He's saying 658 times 10, 6580. Your equity is decimated. No. Now, it may come to pass as the stock shorted once the split happens, because I don't care how many shares there are at 65.80. Is that a viable price? Well, what do we know? No, it's not. Not on this chart. We can't see it. But go back over to this one. I mean, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Is $65 a viable price? Well, no. But it's also worth keeping in mind that, the number of shares and the float is different at this point than it is now, than it will be later. So take that all into account. I don't know. All right. What do we got here? We got Tony Franzetti talking about May markets.
Lawsuit saying that you're not allowed to create common, preferred shares and give them certain rights and privileges and voting power. That's just seems like that should have been common knowledge for a professional in the industry.
Yeah. And then also as relates to dilution, I mean, you might be able to argue that the stock wasn't diluted until he started raising capital, but the filings with the broker dealers came first because of what we saw in that NYSE video or NYSE posting that you listed that I covered as well after you covered it, because it was really cool that you posted that. But in the NYSE, it tells you the terms under which it has to happen. So it's not like they did this as some very quiet private placement. They had to first work with the broker dealers to do an at the money sort of transaction. So at any point, even before December 22nd, if they weren't, for whatever reason, clear that that was going to happen from the August filing and the creation of the APE shares, then
look at this wisdom.
as soon as
AA said there were 3.5 million shareholders. That's only about 150 AMC shares to equal the float. No way the average is 150 shares. Oh, okay. Okay, right. How do you... Let me go back. I feel like we need to see the beginning of this.
Sunday, welcome back to the Tony DeNaro channel. And May, welcome. Good to meet you in person.
Thanks. I'm really excited to
You're
be
not in
here.
person.
I've been watching your
You're on
show for
Zoom.
a while. It's like backstage fangirl, so to speak.
Oh, Tony.
I've watched some of your live streams and your coverage also on various stocks.
Nice hat.
You do a good job, and I'm happy to have you on here as a special guest. I just want to say, guys, for tonight, neither May or myself is an attorney. We're going to have a general discussion on fiduciary duty, especially as it really what got me interested in this topic more recently. Obviously, I've read about it and studied on it before, but right now,
obviously,
because of this Allegheny lawsuit against AMC, it kind of re-piqued my interest, and we're going to talk about that. And I want to hear from you guys in the comments what questions you have, because
great.
I do have a legal expert, both he's an attorney and a professor of law, that has agreed to come on and talk with us about this maybe in a week or so once we get the scheduling down. And there's a lot of great questions. May, have you read through this Allegheny County versus AMC lawsuit?
Yeah, I have read it through it.
There are a lot of allegations of breach of fiduciary duty. So I'm kind of curious what
Does
your
he have a
thoughts
link
are
to
on
the
that and
lawsuit?
what everybody else thinks.
Oh,
let me put this back
damn
up
it.
on the screen here. Various counts of
kidding me?
Breach of fiduciary duty against the common stockholders. And so we're going to kind of springboard off of that. I've got some definitions of fiduciary duty. I've read some case law. I've looked at some previous cases, and I think you have too, in Delaware.
Yeah. I mean, because most of these corporations are going to be in Delaware, there wouldn't be that much that was written outside of it that would come up first. I mean, I'm sure that like you'd have to type in the state if it was anything other than Delaware on your Google search. Otherwise, you're getting Delaware.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are surprised or maybe don't even know how many of these big corporations are incorporated in Delaware. And there's
Who doesn't know that?
To being incorporated
well, I guess the
in
apes
Delaware,
don't.
including preferred stock, blank check preferred stock, exactly what AMC utilized, typically utilized for anti-takeover measures. But in this case, they kind of did an end run to get creative and create some liquidity for themselves, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is such a, you know, in listening to the comments, I think what's always tough is that you do have a set of people that knew when things were really rough during the COVID period that they were helping the company out by buying shares and supporting it. And then it seems to me that there was a bunch of people that clearly were presenting this not in that way. And I can understand why, as a result, some people were very angry.
Yeah.
And then you've got to kind of, like all things, you got to play the ball where it drops. And, you know, in December, it dropped in a place where, to me, funding was required in order for them to get through. You know, if they didn't get it, then they'd really need the first quarter to be massively profitable. They would, I mean,
not going to happen.
They've crossed over to be slightly cash flow positive, depending on whether you think of free cash flow or whether you think of it more in an EBITDA base.
What? Oh, come on. Come on.
But it's like on a dime right now. So, you know, definitely takes
yeah, right.
what they did in December.
Let's look at some of the allegations here from Allegheny, and then just have some discussion on that.
Yeah.
The plaintiff is alleging. Let me scroll down here. The director defendants being the executives at AMC, engaged in a disloyal scheme to undermine the voting rights of Class A stockholders, and that the common stockholders would have opposed and would not support further dilution of their shares. I think that is going back to that second attempt that he made to do dilution in, what was it, late 2021?
Yeah. I mean, on the first one, the disloyalty scheme to undermine the voting rights of AMC, I think my issue with this claim that I would love to hear from the expert that you have and you bring in next week is that if this was your problem, you should have filed the claim in August, because not only did he create the shares, but he told you why he created the shares.
Yep, absolutely. All of that was in the paperwork. And even, I've known about the blank check preferred stock since I pretty much first got involved in this stock back in 2021. It's surprising.
Wait, he knew about APE in 2021? Is that what he just said? Is that what he just said?
I've known about the blank check preferred stock since I pretty much first got involved in this stock back in 2021.
That's interesting. I never heard him mention it. And I watched
It's
most of his videos,
they would
not all of them.
bring a lawsuit saying that you're not allowed to create common, preferred shares and give them certain rights and privileges and voting power. That's just seems like that should have been common knowledge for a professional in the industry.
Yeah. And then also, as relates to dilution, I mean, you might be able to argue that the stock wasn't diluted until he started raising capital, but the filings with the broker dealers came first because of what we saw in that NYSE video or NYSE posting that you listed that I covered as well after you recovered it, because it was really cool that you posted that. But in the NYSE, it tells you the terms under which it has to happen. So it's not like they did this as some very quiet private placement. They had to first work with the broker dealers to do an at the money sort of transaction.
Can we also mention that it was approved by shareholders in 2013? Not the same shareholders, but it was approved by shareholders in 2013. So what's the beef? Tony knew about it, he says. He knew about it. Don't know how he knew about it. He went back to filings from 2013. Okay.
So at any point, even before December 22nd, if they weren't, for whatever reason, clear that that was going to happen from the August filing and the creation of the APE shares, then as soon as they engaged in that activity, that would have been your second obvious moment. So that kind of bothers me. And I think the weirdness of that is just that whereas I can see a lot of folks getting confused on dilution, institutional shareholders should not be confused that when you raise capital in a preferred share, that market value, it gets diluted by definition. So I don't know. I
think there's still a wide misconception with retail investors, the ones that are, there's this big debate going on right now about the yes or no vote on the proxy. And everybody's saying, just vote no and let them dilute on APE. Can you talk to that for a second? Does that make sense to you? Just let them dilute APE. It won't affect me if I'm only holding AMC shares.
Yeah, it's not true. There was one confusing wording. So this is the only possible reason why it could have been confusing. And I did a video because the wording in the initial December 22nd release had this bizarre, the wording in the initial documents from August 22nd suggested that this was a non-dilutive share. And then the conversion factor was unclear a bit because of the way it was written. So I was a little bit confused as well on that conversion factor. And I did a video, which of course Shorts got mad at as well on that, which I didn't understand. They're always mad at me no matter what. It's like,
oh yeah,
no, we're not. No, we're not, May. We don't hate you. Tony's in bed with the enemies. Mei Ling is a former Wall Street executive whose nearly 20 years of experience includes Goldman Sachs.
I know my friends are
no
like,
comment.
Someone else to answer your comments. It puts you in a sad mood afterwards. I was like, but I feel like I can't let that get me down. I got to keep trying to answer no matter what, nice as I can, but it might have been confusing for the same reason it was slightly confusing to me, because the conversion factor
I
that was
remember reading
indicated
about
in that
that
document
Ron
did not clearly state it seemed to be, the conversion factor was related to AMC creation of ape shares, but it didn't actually, I don't think he must have at any point thought that he would have to convert the ape shares back to AMC. And that wasn't an equation that was provided at all in the document. And that, and
he being who?
You know, Mr. Aaron, I don't think like either that or the bankers are just really bad at writing mathematical equations and thinking through like, hey, what would happen with ape going back into AMC?
Oh no, it was always clearly stated that it was going to be a 1-for-1 conversion.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it said in the doc, but and you're right. A lot of folks told me that if you ever met him in person, he would tell you that very directly. And so we've talked about the fact I'm still kind of coming up to speed in some ways over.
Why does he have it zoomed in such low quality on her?
But yeah, so he had said that, and then that's when I hit up investor relations just to double check because of the way that it was worded in documents versus what everybody was telling me he had said in person. And then when the proxy came out, they made it super clear that it was going to be 1-for-1, and there wasn't any weird modification of the dilution. So, and just to clarify, a lot of folks also don't realize that it's not just APE and AMC. There is an instrument that sits between APE and AMC. So APE is the preferred equity units, and then there is preferred stock that sits in between. And I think that's why people get confused with the math that's printed,
right,
and everything. It's unfortunate, but if they dilute APE, they definitely dilute AMC. That's why the spread is so irritating. Even if you're a shareholder of AMC, quite frankly, it's not a great thing. And then the only thing that would happen
because of
if the
the
share vote
market
doesn't go through is that he still has to
That's what the
raise
market
capital
trades
through
it
the ape
to.
share class, which absolutely is going to dilute both share classes. But because it trades at such a massive discount, he doesn't get as good of rate every time he sells a percentage of the company. So if we stop calling them share classes and just call it a percentage of the company, every time shares are sold, you're selling a percentage of the company. But because you have to sell the ape shares, you're going to be selling a percentage of the company for what definitively is a lower price. And that really sucks for everyone that's an actual shareholder and not just day trading this or short selling it, praying that we don't understand it.
Oh, the bad guys.
I'll stop. Thank you.
No, that was good. That was a good summary. So the second point that they're talking about here is that before we get into the fiduciary duty part, I just want to read what their complaints were on fiduciary duty, that they are neutralizing and circumventing the common stock Class A holders and issuing the preferred stock with super voting rights because of the fact, I'm not going to read all that, but because of the fact that AMC is in the deposit agreement with ComputerShare, they set it up when they created APE that they were going to instruct ComputerShare to vote proportionally for any non-cast votes. So if there were there's 900 million, let's just roughly.
Oh,
if
yeah.
only 100 million apes voted, the other 800 million would be cast proportionally, even though they weren't voted. Right?
Yeah.
So that's the allegation that this is also a breach or illegal. And I did look up some other corporations that had done these similar type things. And this is probably the most compelling argument that I think that the plaintiffs have, because other corporations in their preferred share or depository share agreements, they specifically say that any non-cast votes for depository receipts like APE would not be counted. So
Yeah.
AMC is kind of breaking new ground here. And what is that NYSE rule? Is it 452? NYSE 452
Right.
says that in a special election, a broker cannot cast a vote that was, that wasn't cast. But it's not talked about what a depository like ComputerShare can do. So I think this is a interesting area for Chancellor Zern, I think that's her name, dig into and maybe make new court opinion on. What do you think?
It's such an interesting one because, I mean, in fairness, the intriguing thing about this one, it has to do with the fact that if you're an APE shareholder, it's pretty unambiguous which way you should vote.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So like, if you're going to make a big stink about something like this, I mean, fair and square, then all the APE shareholders must turn in their proxy. And some of that is like my broker, for example, has not delivered my proxy yet. You know what I mean? So some of that is just the annoying aspects of what it means when you do very quickly a special meeting and a few of the broker dealers, especially those that are younger, aren't accustomed to actually making sure shareholders get their proxies in time. So that's just an unfortunate logistic thing that's happening. I don't know. I can't wait to see what he says. That's a good one.
It's a she.
Oh,
female.
she. Oh, awesome. He says.
So that is basically the summary of the breach of fiduciary duties. As I'm looking through this document, there's really nothing else in here. So then really, let me pull up the screen of, hang on one second, my fiduciary duty talking points here. Yes.
Can I let that dog out here run around with you?
Yeah.
Some of the bunnies are under the bed.
Yep.
I'm going to feed them and then I'm going to go to the grocery store. Okay.
All right. What is a fiduciary in a corporation? A fiduciary is someone who acts on behalf of the company. So in this case, this.
All right, honey, shut up.
The directors
Got business
and
to
the
do here.
board. All right. The executives and the board. There are, I mean, 3 basic duties that most people know about. There are some other ones that I dug up, with the 5th one, the duty of oversight, being some more recent rulings. But duty of care, duty of good faith, and duty of loyalty are the 3 basic tenets. Does this look familiar to you, May?
Yeah, that looks like a lot. That's why I like that one paper, is because he laid it out so easy for us social media folks to try to help out. Yeah.
Duty of care, when acting on behalf of the corporation, when making decisions, fiduciaries should stay informed of all pertinent information, and when necessary, use the advice of experts. An example of breaching this duty would be hiring an executive director without asking for a resume. And I put a couple of, I'm not going to click on all of these cases, but if any of you are watching this later, you can look these up. These are specific rulings, most of them by the Chancery Court in Delaware, on these specific fiduciary duties. Duty of good faith is that executives or fiduciaries must exercise good faith and honesty in all business dealings, while the duty of care requires them to investigate the situation before acting. The duty of good faith requires them to make decisions that best serve the interests of the company. And this is where I think a lot of people get twisted up in thinking that they are, that they want the executives to make.
Shareholders are not the company, and it's not true that whatever might temporarily make a stock price go up in the short term would not necessarily be best for the company itself. So that doesn't mean do anything to make the share price higher.
Make the decisions in their best interest. And really the fiduciary's interest is to the company. And then by extension, as owners of the company, we benefit or get screwed by those decisions. But their primary obligation is to the company.
Yeah. That's what makes this one so odd.
And then the secondary thing, and keep in mind, guys, I'm trying to stay as unbiased in analyzing this. I'm a shareholder. I would like a short squeeze too. I understand 100% of everybody who is clamoring that all decisions should only be made to foster a MOAS. Like, no matter what else, that is all I want. Just, that's your fiduciary duty, to hand me a short squeeze. That is, unfortunately, probably not how the court is going to see it, because this company is running low on cash, and some of the choices they've been making are for the best interest of the company. And as a shareholder, if they don't make those choices, the company, is at high risk of bankruptcy. What are your thoughts on that, May?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I oftentimes think as well, as relates to those that are really so aggressive about wanting to short this company and being really kind of aggressive about the idea that he doesn't need the capital. I mean, this capital doesn't just, as much as everybody tries to pretend like he used the money for things that were not going to help
Wait
the
a minute.
company,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on here.
short
What is
this
that?
company, it's to
Okay, listen to
I
this.
totally agree with you. And I oftentimes think as well, as relates to those that are really so aggressive about wanting to short this company
Those who are really aggressive about wanting to short this company.
and being really kind of aggressive about the idea that he doesn't need the capital.
Being aggressive about the idea that he doesn't need the capital. Isn't that the apes? Aren't the apes the one who don't want the dilution? Those aren't the same one and the same.
I mean,
Whatever.
this capital doesn't just, as much as everybody tries to pretend like he used the money for things that were not going to help the company, we've seen the popcorn come out.
Oh, we've seen the popcorn come out. Yeah, we've seen the popcorn come out. Yes, we have. Good.
I think it's doing quite well.
It's not even in stores yet.
That's, to me, these ideas are kind of what's necessary to bring the company into the next phases. I think it's going to be really hard for them to prove that he's not doing things for the health of the company. And I mean, to get your funding mix improved during a period of time when, largely speaking, the high yield debt markets have closed down is really impressive. So I know, like, some people on the jargon, high yield debt is anyone that doesn't have like a pristine credit rating. And by definition, given what's going on with this company, they don't have a good credit rating. So they really don't have, when you've got rates going to do what they're doing and you've got the rest of the marketplace turning off the spigot of financing because things that are very high credit rating are actually giving much more yield. Right now, he's like one of the few people that's been able to fix his debt situation or improve his debt situation. It's not totally fixed, in fairness. To me,
no, it's not.
A huge win for the shareholders, despite all the other stuff that's going on that folks are focused on that are more, MOAS related and otherwise. I mean, it's a big deal.
MOAS related.
Bought them runway. It's like if you it's like if you were having problems paying your bills and your credit score is not that good, and suddenly someone comes in and, like, through their just sheer brain power figures out a way to restructure your credit card debt and your housing debt into something that has a lower rate. And also because of that, some of it, they're going to have you maybe sell something and get a bunch of money for it so that you can then pay off one piece of that debt. That's essentially what he did. It was like that's what he did for this company, is the equivalent of that. And I've had lots of friends that had to do that over the years because, where I grew up, not everybody figured their way out of that kind of thing. So, look, it's a real part of life. Not everybody gets a job that helps them pay this off and whatever it is that they're doing. And so that's essentially what he's doing, is he's pulling these different, they're not really tricks so much as, like, he's sitting there negotiating like crazy to try to reduce the debt. We could help him out by not having we could help him out by not having APE trade at 1/7 the price of AMC.
Some people will definitely allege that they are tricks. Like, I've listened to space calls and seen other videos that everybody is accusing them of hoodwinking the process. And, maybe that argument could be made. That is the argument that's being made. I guess we'll know in a few weeks what the judge thinks of that. We'll talk more on that in a few seconds. The other one that I wanted to go over was the duty of loyalty, because I know that this is a pretty serious one, guys. The duty of loyalty. Either the CEO is a crook or he's following his fiduciary responsibilities. And there's really no gray area in my mind in this. Either you think he's an absolute crook, or you have to accept that he's following the duty of loyalty. Let's just read what it says. Fiduciaries must put interests of the corporation above their own personal interests. This rule prohibits self-dealing, which occurs when a fiduciary acts or makes a recommendation for the company that will benefit the fiduciary personally instead of the business. If there's a reasonable possibility that a course of action might benefit the fiduciary as well as the corporation, that's a difference than the sentence I just read. The fiduciary must disclose the personal interest of the corporation and allow the directors or officers to vote or to decide whether to move forward with the deal without the person.
We should have sold all our stock when AA did. Well, you still would have had a loss. You still would have had a loss.
Conflicted having a vote in that. So this, this is a good question. A lot of people accuse Adam Aron of all his decisions or just to make himself rich. And he's kind of in a tough spot because the bulk of his pay comes from the RSUs, the restricted stock units. Do you have any comments on this? Any thoughts just from hearing me read that or seeing it on the screen?
I mean, I don't think that the RSUs put him in line with the shareholders. So for me, I don't know how they'll be able to get this one through, especially since, if they ruled against it for some strange reason, there almost is no
Scavenger Stonks is here. Oh my God, look, Scavenger.
CEO that isn't compensated via RSUs at this point, let alone board members or even senior members. So I couldn't imagine that they would read it that just because he's benefiting due to pay structure, which I think it looks like he didn't. It doesn't actually look like he's being paid exorbitantly. I know as much as he makes and as much as that number is a huge print for anyone, right? But relative to other CEOs, I don't think he's outsized for what he's making. And that's that just comes from looking at other companies, not because I don't think that's a big number. It is definitely a big number. I would be thrilled if I was qualified enough to actually do that. Then I'd be like, hey, Tony, you're awesome, but I'm off doing something else. Okay. So I can't imagine that would be, I can't see the court. We'd have to see I can't wait to see when this actually comes out and we can see line by line why they think that they have a case. The last one, is the more interesting one.
I've been trying to think really, really hard on this whole, if I go back to the duty of good faith, the duty of loyalty, that they must act, their decisions must be, what does it say here?
They can't self-dealing is the old-fashioned way of thinking about this, where they're literally just trying to line their own pocketbook at the expense of the shareholder. So I feel I don't know if it was this particular line or something else I read, it would be like if you hired your nephew or something to be on the board, or you hired your nephew to be a particular role so that things could go a very.
How many people actually believe AMC popcorn is going to taste different than any other micro pop? Not me.
Particular way, even though there were more qualified candidates, or if you owned a service provider to AMC and you hired them without actually vetting who the best service provider would be.
Yes.
That's usually where I see this. I couldn't figure out what they were trying to say he was doing.
I wanted to hear your thoughts. When we talk about executives have a fiduciary duty to the company and the shareholders, right? That is the base level definition.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm struggling with, does that mean that shareholders should be elevated above the corporation? Because that's what a lot of people feel like right now, and I understand that. Or does that mean that the obligation is to the corporation and therefore, by extension, the shareholders? Because if the decisions are with the corporation primarily, then the shareholders benefit. But right now, there's a lot of anger because the decisions that are being made right now on the proxy are going to have some potentially short-term detriment to people.
No one cares. This is the reply to the person who said, who actually believes the AMC popcorn is going to taste different than other microwave popcorn. No one cares. Stop shilling. We're going to buy it, even if it tastes like cardboard. There you go. There you go. But no, the Great Sphinx, the person that's replying to this person, they don't realize that they are acting like a shill. They literally don't get it. They literally don't get it. They think the person asking, "Hey, is that really any different?" is a shill. Are you kidding me? These people have no clue. No clue. Remember the Pepsi challenge in the malls long ago? I do. Can't wait till they show up in court with their feelings. Hopefully that case will be on court TV for all to watch. Huh. You know, yeah, like who's the shill here? The person blindly supporting the popcorn, saying they're going to eat it, even if it tastes like cardboard? No, it can't be that person. Come on.
Bought in at a very high
Oh my
price
God.
in 2021, right? With this potential of new dilution coming out after the conversion and the reverse split.
Yeah, I mean, I have never seen it be the shareholders over the company. So, and I mentioned this a few times. The only time that I've ever seen a shareholder do something or even push a vote at the expense of the company is like, that would be circa the 80s period, where there were these like hedge funds essentially that they would come in and they would buy the company, break it apart, and force it to like they were truly corporate raiders, and they did not care if it went to bankruptcy. That's like, everybody likes to talk about Wall Street, but the other movie that legit is about that is Pretty Woman. It might even be the better movie for any of the ladies that are watching. Watch Pretty Woman and pay attention to what he actually does for a living. So I always want to mention that. But usually it always comes out in favor of the company, and it would have to be a specific shareholder that owned a bunch and felt that the best way to monetize the company would be to push it into bankruptcy and then break it apart and sell every part. But even then, if you were going to do that, which is really not nice, to be honest, and it would suck for all the shareholders, because we would take it on the chin, and that guy would legitimately be doing it in a way that benefited only him and very specific private equity people, which is why, well, whatever, the different line of thought. But yeah, you would just get a majority. You would get a majority to vote with you and take a board seat like a normal corporate raider. You wouldn't do this weirdness. I'm like not happy about this lawsuit in many ways.
The way it was written, it's almost like they took everything off of Reddit and threw it together into 70 pages and filed it. Like it doesn't even really seem that well thought out to me.
Yeah.
And just from the basic premise of the executives have a very real fear, I think, of running low on cash. Like when we were in 2020 talking about potential bankruptcy, the company had about 300 million in cash.
Yeah.
And we're at 600 right now.
Yeah.
And so the risk of the lien holders or the bondholders calling everything due, or the risk of running low on cash if there were to be a stumble anytime in 2023 is very real.
Yes.
The risk of bankruptcy, although we're not like on the brink of bankruptcy, it could be a quarter away or one government shutdown away. And so I think they're taking reasonable steps to protect the shareholders. As much as some of us don't like it, they're doing their duty to the corporation to beef up the balance sheet on the cash side.
Not to mention the fact that, okay, a company needs to raise money. They tried to do this in 2021 when the share price was a lot higher, but the goddamn shareholders said no. Okay, so I think what people need to understand here, these two on screen need to understand here, is that the apes are there's two outcomes for the apes. Either they get infinitely rich and get generational wealth in an infinity squeeze, where the, you know, literally as much money as you want, okay? Or it goes to zero. That's the two choices. That's the two outcomes. There's no third option for a lot of these people. There is no third option. Now, if that's what you've set up, which is a false dichotomy, it's a false notion. But if that's what you believe, then kind of goes without saying that for the more desirable of those outcomes to occur, you're going to be basically leaving behind a trail of destruction. You don't care about anything else. Okay? So, no, we don't care about AMC. We just want the squeeze. So, no dilution. Okay. But now the company is in serious trouble. They have no money. They can't operate. They can't pay, well, whatever, yada, yada, yada. Now you're in a bind because you don't want dilution because you don't want the price to go down, but the company may go out of business because they literally don't have operating cash. So it's really kind of dumb at the end of the day. And this is why, really, to me, this is why these types of things are they're not legitimate. Like nothing about this, nothing about the ape stance, nothing about their attitude, nothing about how the way they've treated this has been legitimate. Nothing.
Yeah, if Q1, I've looked at some of the work that you've done. I won't say I did my own work as far as that goes, but like, you know, Q1 does legitimately look like it's going to come in pretty decently. And if we can get a little bit of a clue of how the popcorn sales are doing, which I don't think will be a big part of revenue, but
It's
at
not
least
even
we can
out
start
yet.
to see that it's going to go okay, so we can project into the latter part of the year.
AA said that 90% retails ownership of AMC. No, he didn't.
So,
like, people are still believing the most ridiculous mistruths from 2021. Are you kidding
if
me?
he's right, and actually there's a lot more movies coming out this year that will help the company so that you could get about
That's
you
not
need
like
the
that's a
revenue to be
secret.
like up almost 30 to 50% this year for him to be starting to really making enough money where he doesn't have to dilute further.
Yes.
As it currently stands, I still think, I mean, I don't know what you think, but I still think there's a better than 50% shot he's got to dilute one way or the other, depending on the first quarter, which I think he'll wait for.
Well, yeah, I'm very curious on the timing if he does do a dilution after this is all done. I mean, and we don't even know like how long after this preliminary injunction of April 27th is there going to be a decision made before that once the parties to the lawsuit see the results of the vote behind closed doors? Are they going to say, well, you know, it's a moot point because the yes in both AMC and APE was overwhelming? Or is the vote going to be mixed between the two? And therefore one side is emboldened to keep on pushing with the lawsuit and drag it out. And then what happens if it does get dragged out past April 27th?
I know.
AMC is going to, you know, they can't go 6 months without raising cash. So now
Model 3 dude, remember Adam Aaron said that excluding index funds and pension funds, that retail shareholders own 90% of the legally issued shares. But the problem is that that portion that was owned by index funds was significant. So I forget when that came out. It was I think it was 2021 or maybe 2022.
Now we got to
Adam Aaron said
issue
it.
more APE?
Yeah, it gets kind of ugly. If this lawsuit gets dragged out, the impact for funding is not great.
And that's something I think the judge is going to be looking at. Like, what is the fiduciary duty? Like, was the company, don't they have an obligation to raise cash as efficiently as possible? If they do need to raise cash, you're almost forcing them with the lawsuit into an inefficient way to raise cash and harming all these shareholders.
Yeah.
By more dilution than necessary because of the low price of APE.
Yeah, and I really hope they don't drag it out. Okay, so like if the first quarter is really great, it might just buy them some time, or maybe we just get lucky. I think that's a really aggressive stance, though, that we get lucky and they don't need to raise. But if this lawsuit drags out for more than the first part of April, you are really pushing them to the very end, because I actually don't know.
Can you believe? I'm just looking at the box office numbers here since she's talking about it. I'm looking at the box office numbers here. And can you believe that January 2020, this is cumulative gross. It's probably international. No, this is just domestic. Never mind. It's just domestic. Cumulative gross in 2020, January 2020 was 897 million. 897. Okay. And this year, 584. 584. And that's with Avatar. That is with Avatar. February 2020, 638 million. Still 498 this year. March, well, we only have a couple days. I don't even know if it's going to show us anything. March is really when it started to, yeah. Now this number most certainly is going to break these numbers here, but before the pandemic, 962 million. It's a bit of a ways off. On a quarterly basis, Q1 cumulative gross so far is 1.2 bill. Last year, Q1, it was 1.3 billion. What about Q4 of 2022? Come on now. You can do it. 1.7. But look at Q4 of 2021, over 2 billion because of Spider-Man. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. I didn't realize that January and February of 2020 were so strong. Makes sense, but I just had never seen it before.
If they would be allowed to raise capital even on the APE shares as long as this goes on.
That is one of the unknowns, something I need to go read into more. It's an excellent question.
This would be a party with Alex and Scarlett, more like a Fox News setup.
So
because like if you did that, if you raised capital on APE, this one, it would be either the lawyer or the banker or some combination of them just talking about it would be the question. Like if you raised capital on APE knowing that this vote is in action, I think it looks really weird. Do you know what I mean? Because of all the claims that have been made thus far. You would really want to wait until the vote cleared completely so that shareholders that were going to buy in to try to help out the company and finance it knew
Here
what
it
they were
is.
actually buying.
Cracker Mac says, vote no, squeeze or bust, I don't care. So how can that be true? Squeeze or bust, I don't care. I don't care whether it squeezes or if it goes to zero. I don't care. Those are the two options. No, it's not. No, they're not. Those are not the only two options. If you're a fucking simp, yeah, sure, okay. Jesus.
So my other thought, if there was that uncertainty, is that they may take some of the preferred shares, the other 40 million, and come up with some exotic way to do a private offering with those to raise cash if they need to.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, as relates to like they got to come up with. I mean, it's so scary for them not to raise capital. I would imagine as a management team, it would be the same as you sitting there watching your bank account go down a certain way, knowing that you still have cash coming in, but not even trying to research.
Like she said cash coming in. Never mind.
It's got to be really scary. I mean, the company every quarter does use a lot of cash because it's still trying to like shut down certain movie theaters, close off other movie theaters, create like improvements so that people actually want to go to the theater. It's weird.
Only Elon can save money, save AMC now.
I thought about the timing component of
Only
what
Elon.
it meant for their fundraising activities. It's a really good point.
Let's look for some questions. Feel free to read one out if you see one. I'm just going to restate, guys. The vote is on March 14th. I don't.
Model 3, dude, you have said it right there, my friend. Trey and Matt have hot wired the ape's brains, and it's stuck on stupid. Yes, he has. I don't know if I can really do much more of this. I don't think I can. Citadel's massive Ponzi scheme. Oh boy. Listen to this. Citadel's massive Ponzi scheme. Here we go. The share shortage. In this latest AMC stock update, we take a closer look at the share shortage that is creating a bullish sentiment among investors. Wow. Did ChatGPT write that?
Guys, what is going on? Welcome to the channel. Happy Sunday. I know we don't typically do a Sunday video, but I figured today we're going to do a Sunday video because I wanted to talk about Citadel Securities, okay?
So I wanted to talk about Citadel Securities, okay? Okay.
Short position in AMC, but one of those short positions in AMC that has been talked about for 2 years in this play. Remember, a lot of us have been in AMC for a long time. I've been in AMC since the end of 2019.
I got to go back. I got to go back.
Not the biggest short position about Citadel Securities, okay? Not the biggest short position in AMC, but one of those.
How do you know that?
In AMC that has been talked about.
Where are you getting that data from? How do you know Citadel shorting AMC? I hope you have proof. You're talking about it like you know, so you better have some proof.
For 2 years in this play. Remember, a lot of us have been in AMC for a long time. I've been in AMC since the end of 2019. I want to talk about Citadel directly in this video because there's people out there saying Citadel's going bankrupt. And there's people out there like news medias who will tell you that Citadel's having the best beginning of 2023 out of any other hedge fund out there. And I wanted to talk about it today and explain my thoughts on it.
Show your proof. No. Don't care about your fucking thoughts. Proof. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Let's talk about your thoughts and your feelings, okay? Let's talk about those.
Or Citadel Hedge Fund or Citadel Advisor situation. Remember, Citadel, I like to put all into one basket, but at the end of the day, these, billionaires like Ken Griffin know how to play the tax system, know how to play the limited liability corporation system where you can take multiple companies with different names and put them all under one umbrella. But at the end of the day, if Citadel's hedge fund went under, you couldn't go for the liabilities. And
just shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Market maker, because the way they're lined up in a tax bracket, they would be protected. We have a
so what
here, which just could be a little off, right? But as of December 2022,
let's just Google it and take the top results.
Right, 3 months old, $62 billion of assets, right? Meaning $62 billion of capital that they trade with, right? And right here on their balance sheet, their financial condition, $46 billion of assets sold, not yet purchased. Okay.
No, it says securities sold, not yet purchased. Okay. That's different.
These are $45 billion.
It's literally under fucking liabilities. And you said assets. Like, what a fucktard. Because short positions are considered liabilities under generally accepted accounting principles. I have the fucking manual here. I read it.
Of securities that they gave you and put into your broker, but haven't yet actually gone into the market and purchased these. And I talk about this all the time because obviously Citadel is one of the big short positions in AMC, which obviously.
But why are you talking now? It says Citadel Securities. Back here it says Citadel LLC. Okay, these are different entities. I don't care how much you want to speculate on their collusion. This is a different entity from this. They're different businesses. There's a different LLC, Citadel Securities LLC. It's different. How hard is that? How hard is it?
Not yet purchased. Okay, so these are $45 billion of securities that they gave you and put into your broker, but
but haven't yet actually gone into the market and purchased these. And I talk about this all the time because obviously Citadel.
Well, how do you know that that's what that means? Did you ever look it up? Have you ever looked into it? Or are you just making an assumption? I'll answer. You're making a fucking assumption.
Is one of the big short positions in AMC, which obviously.
Now you're talking about the hedge fund again. What does this have to do with the market maker? Market makers don't take on short positions unless it is related to filling orders. They're not establishing a position with which to trade and profit from in terms of trading. The market maker only makes money on the spread. Only on the spread.
They're gonna get stomped on that short position eventually, but I like to talk about this.
Oh, then there's the classic ape. No, for no reason. Just yeah, you know, blah blah blah. But they're gonna get stomped on eventually. Right.
Because we're in a situation, guys, when we look at the facts, when we look at the situation.
Oh, you didn't just say facts. You didn't just say fucking facts.
Aside from AMC, aside from being in this position that we are as retail, I like to look at Citadel's balance sheet, okay?
Oh, of course you like to look at Citadel's balance sheet, of course, because it makes you feel good. Oh, look at how much and look at how hot we got him. We got him caught.
Citadel is in a situation, guys, where we have skeptics in this market who don't believe that market manipulation actually takes place. And I like to bring this balance sheet up. Remember, retail investors as
this guy's supposedly a day trader. No fucking way. No motherfucking way. No way he's profitable. That won't last.
We're always going to get our data late than other people on Wall Street that maybe have this information 2 months prior to what retail has it, right? But guys, when we're in a situation where we have $46 billion sold, not yet purchased, this inevitably affects the supply and demand of any stock, okay? So obviously I can't tell you exactly what stocks, assuming that one of the biggest market makers, it happens. And
you can't just say it obviously does. How does it? How does it? How? How exactly? Okay.
SPY, it can happen in any stock in the entire stock market. But this is a situation, guys, where our SEC sees this, our FINRA sees this. Like, these corrupt regulators watch us take.
So maybe if they all see it and it happens and nothing happens, maybe you're wrong about it. Maybe you're actually wrong then. Oh, you actually think that the SEC, all these regulators, FINRA, the CFTC, they're just going to turn a blind eye to something that is a huge problem because it's a billionaire. These people have watched too many fucking movies. They've watched too many fucking movies.
Place every day, and when you see $46 billion sold, not yet purchased, this is a.
When you see that and you don't know what it fucking means, yeah, it is a fucking problem. I agree. It is a fucking problem. How can you be so fucking ignorant?
Pure form of market manipulation. This is,
oh my god,
as black and white as it gets for a company that is literally controlling supply and demand on any stock that
they're not.
Control
what are you talking about?
To do with dark pools, nothing to do with any of that other corruption that takes place. This is simply a company that is literally taking money from me and you and giving us shares that don't exist.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They are not. Their customers, who are their customers? It's not us.
And deciding when they feel it's right to actually
Holy
go out
fuck.
and purchase these shares. Now,
you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Sitting behind a computer actually doing it, or a result of high frequency trading. The reality is, I really don't care. This is something that takes place every day, and this is something to be very concerned about, especially when it comes to smaller cap stocks, right? Maybe with the S&P 500, this wouldn't affect it as much, but when you look at companies like AMC that only have a $3 billion market cap, I mean...
Oh, yeah, when you look at this, of course. Look at this. How about this one, Scav? What about this one? BNY Mellon Capital Markets, LLC, an indirect wholly subsidiary of BNY Mellon. Statement of financial condition, June 30th, 2020, unaudited. Securities sold, not yet purchased at fair value. $3 billion. Pretty big numbers. Pretty big numbers. Securities owned and securities sold, not yet purchased. Financial instruments such as securities owned and securities sold, not yet purchased, are stated at fair value, the statement of financial condition. The fair value of such financial instruments is generally based on listed market prices. For financial instruments where prices from recent exchange transactions are not available, the company determines fair value based on discounted cash flow analysis. Comparison to similar instruments in use of financial models. Financial model-based pricing uses inputs observable prices where available, including interest rates, credit spreads, and other factors. Securities sold, not yet purchased, represents obligations to deliver specified securities. The company is obligated to acquire the securities sold, not yet purchased, at prevailing market prices in the future to satisfy these obligations. Okay, they're obligated to acquire the securities sold, not yet purchased, at prevailing market prices in the future to satisfy the obligations. So what? You're alleging that they're not going to do that? Like, what is the allegation here? You don't understand how this shit works. You see a big number and you say it's a problem. You're a fucking idiot.
And when you have of $46 billion that are sold to the retail investor, but not actually gone out and purchased in the market.
Oh my God! They didn't actually go out and purchase it. Oh,
so sure as you have companies that
Jesus
aren't showing the true supply and demand. And
oh, come on.
Problem, right? We have a company that controls the inflow and outflow of a stock that
no, they don't.
Can overpower news. It can overpower true supply and demand. Like there's a lot of things Citadel can overpower.
This is the way the fucking market works. If you don't like it, fucking leave. If you don't like it, leave. But if you're a day trader, you should know. If you are a day trader, you should know none of this fucking shit matters. None of this shit matters. Period. That's why I say there's no way he's a day trader. Or if he is, he's going to get clobbered. If he's focusing on this shit, you're focusing on the wrong shit. The wrong shit. Wow. I don't know a single day trader, or really anybody, who's active in the markets, who's profitable, who cares about this fucking shit. Most people don't even know about it. They don't fucking care. There's a reason for that because it does not matter. This is the way that it works. You pulled off the back panel of a fucking electrical panel and you're looking at the wiring like, what? Why does this go here? What? Wait a minute. This shouldn't go. Yeah, but at the end of the day, the fucking lights work. Okay? You don't know what you're looking at. You don't know what you're looking at.
You know, that being
ridiculous.
Said, obviously Citadel has a massive put position on AMC, right? 8 million shares plus some.
Oh, Citadel Advisors. Oh yeah. Right. Again, now we're to another LLC.
And this isn't even their short.
Why did you make this video? What the fuck is the point of this video? It's a Ponzi scheme? You haven't laid any groundwork for that.
They have ways of manipulating, right? So just for instance,
they have ways of manipulating
on AMC, and then they can use their market maker to shoot all buys of AMC into the dark pool and manipulate.
You are a fucking retard. You have no business having a channel talking about this shit. Your shit is the fucking worst.
AMC's price
holy fuck.
So that their puts can expire in the market.
Where'd you read that? Would you read that on Reddit? That sounds like some bullshit from Reddit.
There's just
God
plenty
damn.
of ways manipulation are taking place. And obviously, you know, Citadel's not one of those that have the biggest.
Who has the biggest then? Oh, you should be able to tell us that. Who has the biggest?
Position on AMC or biggest short position.
Put positions are not shorting. Try again.
On AMC. You know, we have Sequana, or however you say that's got 17 million puts. But again, why Citadel is such a big problem for me is because we have a company that's not only a hedge fund, we have a company that's that has a hedge fund that has a significant short position on AMC.
You sound like a fucking 5-year-old talking about this shit. I can't listen to this anymore. This is such garbage.
Things to look at when we're looking at Citadel, Citadel's hedge fund, Citadel Advisors. Same thing that took place with Bernie Madoff.
This guy's going to get fucking crushed.
It's free markets, right? It's it's
free
free
markets.
markets, right?
Oh
It's
my God.
our markets are free, are supposed that the market makers we have in place right now are not a good fit for our markets.
The market makers we have in place right now are not a good fit for our markets. Can you fucking believe the goddamn audacity on this little fuck?
That
Listen
we're
to this.
invested in. I think it's very important to spread things like this around, like this financial condition
What, misinformation? What a fucking putz.
to show that the market makers we have in place right now are not a good fit for our markets, our supposedly free markets, right? It's absolutely outstanding to me that something like this could even take place. It's disgusting. We can do our little investor talks with Gary Gensler and pretend like something's happening, but this is absolutely asinine. What's taking place, and I think this is something that needs to be talked about. So that being said, guys, I hope everyone's having a good Sunday. Spread awareness on this, and definitely keep talking about
Oh, we are.
This is something that's very concerning to our overall market structure, not just
Oh, shut the fuck up. What, you are such a fucking dumbass. Shut the fuck up with that holier than thou fucking market straw. It's a serious threat to the market structure. Fuck you, scavenger. Fuck you. You are a fucking moron, okay? Give it up already. Give it up. Actually, go read some shit. Go read something. When was the last time you read a fucking book?
That's part of being an ape. Man, look, you can't
Yeah, we're back to him.
create no narrative for me. You can't show me no DD. You can't give me no form of, you can't try to subject me to no form of intimidation to make me believe that giving 90%, that apes giving up 90% of their shares to please
Jesus
1%
fucking
is
Christ.
acceptable. And that's part of being an ape. You see what I'm saying? And this is how I feel, man. I feel like those people, it's a, man, you got some people that said that they're going to vote yes for the proposals and they leave it alone. And they express the reason why they're going to vote yes. A lot of them, man, they feel like they really helping Adam Aaron, and they actually want to save the company. They tell you why they doing it and they done with it. But man, let me tell you something. If you got a retail investor or you got retail investors and you see them in the community and they are vigorously fighting, they angry, they upset, and they are vigorously fighting people.
You talking to me, Frank?
Because they're fighting retail investors because they trying to keep all their shares and because they trying to fight for a MOAS. Hey, man, that person or those individuals, in my opinion, man, they are no longer apes. And what they're, in my opinion, man, most likely their shields, they posing as apes. But I know for sure, man, they don't want a MOAS. You see what I'm saying? That having a MOAS, in my opinion, is no longer, man.
There is no such thing as a MOAS. Okay? This is a made up thing. You can't talk about MOAS as if it's an actual real thing. And he's talking about a MOAS as if there have been plenty of them in history. No, this is a failed attempt at engineering a short squeeze, period. You already had one. You already had one. You had a 36x move that you failed to cash in on because people on YouTube and Reddit told you that's not the squeeze. Because you had no experience, you didn't know. And we've shown very clearly how, once you have that initial hop, squeeze, impulsive move, whatever you want to call it, the June 2nd, the January 28th, 27th, 28th, whatever. Once you have that, if you aren't in on that, you missed it. That's the case for every one of these stocks. Every time. Yeah, you get some pops here and there afterwards. You get some aftershocks. But this is not a fair valuation for this company. And the market dealt with that. You held through all this. You held through all these ups and downs. And it was a mistake. And now you want it to literally, you think that it will, and you want it to go back up here. Even though the conditions that allowed that to happen back here are no longer present. Yeah. Dream the fuck on. Dream the fuck on. That's all I
What
gotta
they
say.
want. They got their own personal agenda. You see what I'm saying? And I'm gonna close with this,
If you can
man.
go to
I think,
Klingon.
man, people need to understand. This is just my opinion. Adam Aaron's proposals that him and Interior Capital putting together, those proposals and a MOAS don't go together. Thank you for taking time out to watch the
Well,
video. Have a nice
that may be true. Sounds like you are in for a shocker then, I guess.
Your Ape Nation, what it do? YouTube family, what it do?
Smoke some more weed before you start your video next time. That's all.
Boy, Will back at it. Been a while since I did a video.
Or maybe it's Mr. White stuff.
It's time that we face the music.
Oh.
It's time we face the music, apes.
You lost.
I've watched over the past several months.
Don't cry.
How
Don't cry.
divided this community is, and how Adam Aaron single-handedly has caused even more division in this community.
Oh.
With this whole proposal and all the
don't cry.
antics and stuff.
Can't deal with that.
It is very frustrating. It's draining, and it's to the point where I really don't want to be involved with all of the back and forth, getting your point across type of stuff. I got enough on my plate and enough great things happening in my life, as well as bad things. They've been dealing with a lot of.
You know what though? That's life. That's life. There's always good things. There's always not so good things. You can't live in a fantasy world forever though. You have to celebrate the good things. Learn from the not so good things. And always move forward. That is not what most people here are doing. It's not.
From loved ones and stuff like that. But that's the balance of life, man. You take the good with the bad with the good, That's just life. You know what I'm saying? And it's to the point where, I feel how I feel about it, and I'm not going to be as vocal when it comes to this whole entire thing. Now, with that being said, I do want to say this.
Sweet.
And shout out to Frankie Muhammad for your last video, because what he said made perfect sense, and he's absolutely
What? Made perfect sense.
Right. Okay. Shout out to you, Frankie. So, the retail investors in this play, in AMC, you guys need to make a decision.
Let me stop you right there. I'm not 100% sure where he's going with this, but I think I do. No. And I think I'm going to say it doesn't matter. This decision that he said, big decision coming up, whatever, it really doesn't matter. But go on.
Whether you voted no, whether you voted yes, whatever.
Oh, okay.
That's beyond the point at this point.
I don't know, Model 3 dude. That's what I'm trying to
if you believe
figure
there
out
have
here.
been stock market if you believe there's been stock market manipulation.
No wonder he's tired. He's literally agonizing over this, whatever it is. Okay, I'm not going to stop him now.
Stock market. If you believe there's been stock market manipulation and illegal naked shorts in this play, you have to hold Adam Aaron's feet to the fire. Your CEO. See, this is what you need to understand. And this is what he was saying.
This is what you need to understand. Naked shorting, okay? That is a non-fucking issue. You are literally putting all your eggs into something and into a basket that does not matter. Nobody wants to hear about it because you don't have any proof. Nobody has any proof. I don't care what stock it is. There's no proof. Until there's actual proof, none of this shit matters. You're literally talking out of your ass. You're talking out of your ass. You're wasting your energy. You're wasting your brain power cycles. You're just wasting your time.
In his video, this is what Frank was saying in his video.
Why do you think the only time anybody talks about naked short selling and the victory over the naked shorts is with fucking overstock? That's literally the only thing, the only one that anybody ever talks about. And actually go read about it. Like not from Reddit, but go read an actual source about it. Interesting.
This entire world operates like a pyramid. There's a food chain. There's a chain of command, however you want to say it.
Oh, God.
And when it comes to this, in the stock market, right? We, the investors, we're really at the bottom of the food chain. We're investors in a company, right? We're investors in a company. And then you have the CEO, who is the captain of the ship. The CEO, who is the
maybe, or the chairman of the Federal Reserve is the captain of the ship, more like it.
Chief executive officer, the leader of that company, or whatever company it might be. He is the chief. He is the leader. He is the guy. He's that guy, right? So with that being said, if he's not willing to address the illegal naked shorts and the stock market manipulation in his stock,
that you speculate exists, I mean, I'm losing my mind here. And I said this in 2021. I don't have the old videos to prove it, so you'll just have to trust me, bro. I know Lynn, if she's here, and anybody else that was around before can speak to this, but I said, and I've said it on this channel too, plenty of times, as probably every stream video. This is dangerous when you start accepting assumptions as fact without actually having facts to back them up. Then you get into a situation where you have a baseline set of beliefs, some, most, or all of which are based on unsubstantiated assumptions. And then, as if that's not bad enough, now you're going to stack other assumptions on top of the baseline set of facts, which are shaky at best. It's a foundation built on a bed of sand rather than rock. And this is what happens. The whole fucking thing at some point is liable to fall apart. And that's what we have now, because there was never factual basis for any of this. And I'm not saying there isn't, but it's never been shown. Nobody can show it. In fact, some people even admit, well, there's actually not any proof of this, but we believe it. So we're going to accept it as if it is. No, that's not how it works. You want to go to court? Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Ron, failure to understand trading isn't the fault of corruption, rigging, or fake shears. Shias. The fault is you not knowing how to trade. Fuck yeah. Couldn't have said it fucking better. Couldn't have. No, it's always our fault. That's the thing. I love the shears. Yeah, I did notice that. I threw me. I was like, shears. Oh yeah, but it's always our fault. That that's that's so powerful because it's the exact opposite of what these guys are saying. They're blaming everybody else except themselves. When in reality, the only person that you can blame is yourself. And you can look at it like a blame, you can look at it like a mistake, however you want to, but it's a result of your action or more appropriate for these guys, their inaction and willingness to buy into false narratives without demanding evidence. How did they think it was going to end? Ken Griffin was just going to write a check. Hey, here you go, guys. Here's all my money. You caught me. You caught me. You caught me putting numbers on my balance sheet that are accurate, and I didn't think the SEC would look at them, but you brought it to their attention on Twitter, and they did. Thanks a lot, Donahue George. No, what? God damn. So yeah, it is their fault. Or think to yourself, I got screwed on a trade. How do I not let this happen again? Exactly. And I would go so far as even to say the last 4 times I've traded this ticker, whatever it is, XYZ ticker, I've lost money. Should I trade it again? Maybe I should try something else. No, they can't do that. No, they can't do that. They're fighting corruption. It makes no sense. But yeah, it's our responsibility. It's our fault. It's up to us. And that's the thing. That's the thing that's so frustrating and ironic and paradoxical and everything is that you don't get better unless you admit that you screwed up and say, how can I not do this again? That's how people learn things. That's why these guys have learned nothing. It all comes together and it's so simple. It is so simple. I mean, it's being an adult, being responsible, taking responsibility for your actions, which these guys cannot do. What do you got there, Model 3 dude?
AMC. Who are we? Right? So this explains why the SEC has been silent, the DOJ has been silent.
Oh, okay.
And every other government body has been silent when it comes to this, when we've been crying out loud. Because if our CEO, Adam Aaron, isn't going to come out and address it, why should they? See, because above Adam Aaron, we're down here, Adam Aaron's right here. Above him is the politicians and government bodies and lawmakers who make the rules and regulations for the stock market and are like the overseers of the stock market. So you have the retail investors of the stock market. You have the CEO, Adam Aaron, who is the leader of a company in the stock market, which we invest in. And then you have above that, the lawmakers, the politicians, and the government bodies who are like the overseers who make the rules and regulations and are the overseers of the trading in the companies in the stock market, right? So if we've been crying out loud at the bottom, if the CEO above us isn't crying out loud, then why should the people above him in the food chain do anything about it? You see what I'm saying, guys? And then above them, you have the Federal Reserve.
No, because those people know that this is nonsense. That's why. You want to know why Adam Aaron hasn't said anything about this? Because he knows that it's garbage. He knows that his company is in the shitter. He sees the numbers before you do. He knows this is not a $72 stock. Yeah, he knows that. He doesn't want it to be a $2 stock, hence the reverse split conversion. He also doesn't want the stock to be delisted from the exchange, hence the conversion, reverse split. I mean, I just don't, yeah, Gary Gensler,
who prints all the money, you know what I'm saying, and controls
well,
our entire financial system.
not really. I mean, technically, the Department of Treasury prints the money, but Adam Aaron has really done himself a disservice by engaging the apes. Yeah, no kidding. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? Why should any of them do anything if our CEO has been silent and he's not addressing the illegal nigga shorts? He's not addressing the stock market.
So if you guys are down here, and Adam Aaron's up here, okay, don't you think Adam Aaron would be in a better position to gauge the concerns that the people down here have? That's what managers do. They listen and they observe, what the workers are doing. They look at the numbers, they look behind the scenes, they look in the stock room, they make some phone calls, they figure out what's going on and they take action. So Adam Aaron hasn't done that, supposedly. So what makes you guys down here think that you know better than the person up here? That's my question. Well, you're entitled assholes, essentially. So you're down here, you're not trusting the guy up here. Now, to be fair though, the guy up here thinks that you all down, he probably knows, but the people down here are supposed to be shareholders. They're supposed to, they're either in it for the long term or they're in it for short term, in and out. Either way, they have to just roll with whatever's happening. That's the way that it works the best. When they start, throwing a fit and crying out loud, as he says, okay, well, you can either listen to him or not. What I'm saying is, Adam Aaron's up here, and Gary Gensler's up here, and all these guys are up here. What makes you think that you are better down here? You have more information than these guys up here. Clearly, you don't. Clearly, you don't, because I've shown that every one of the supposed points by the apes is garbage. And I'm down here. I'm down here with the apes, essentially. And I can see that there's no evidence for this stuff. So what do you think they see? They see a bunch of sore fucking losers. That's what they are. Sore fucking losers.
Market manipulation. So if you guys aren't
Model 3 dude hacked it.
speak
Oh
to the
boy.
fire, if
Model 3 dude.
If you want to be on his team and keep cheerleading for him, okay, fine, do that, but don't in the same breath write on Gary Gensler's page or try to make posts or videos telling the SEC to do something. I mean, we've all done that, you know what I'm saying? But there's no need for us to even address the SEC anymore, you guys. How I'm explaining it, there's no need for us to address the SEC anymore, the DOJ or anything, or anybody to do anything if our own CEO is not willing to do anything. When you have CEO...
Well, you know what? Then sell your AMC and go invest in GNS, because the CEO over there seems to care about naked shorting and, right? Moon Monday, GNS stock, will this result into a short cover wave? AI stock analysis. AI stock analysis. GNS stock and AI stock will pay big if you do this Monday. Like taking candy from a baby. Okay, sure. GNS stock, it is not over. Oh, yeah, well, we've heard that before, haven't we? God. Don't blame the weather balloon. I know it was you because I had to renew my car warranty to get my phone back. Yeah, did you also have problems with your Windows? You have virus on your Windows system. I need the stock to go up, like very soon. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. CEO Roundtable, Wall Street Fraud. Okay. The 10 values that create all wealth. Roger James Hamilton. Look at this. What are these 10 values of which you speak?
One of the biggest challenges with the wealth gap is this idea that there's a finite amount of money or finite amount of wealth. And what's really interesting is that this all came from our understanding of our economy. Even the word economy and the concept of economics is based on lack. When you talk about economizing, you're talking about not having enough. And you say, well, where did this concept come from when we started really using it with our modern world? And it came from a book from Adam Smith called The Wealth of Nations. And The Wealth of Nations is about the management of scarce resources, which is what economics is about. Talking about labor as a scarce resource, is talking about, like our natural resources in our country. It's the wealth of nations. It's how the nations create that wealth. And the interesting thing about that idea of scarcity and about there not being enough is if you're living in an economic structure, there never is going to be enough, because it's all based on the fact that things are scarce, and it's all based on the supply and demand. And the less supply you have, the more that things are going to cost. What's so interesting is that we're living in a totally different world today, which is not an economic model. In fact, the model which actually suits it much more effectively is not an economy, it's an ecology. Because an economy is based on lack, whereas an ecology is based on abundance. You find it naturally in nature. Darwinian theory, which is all about kind of like, the survival of the fittest, has been misinterpreted within an economy, which is like, we've got to beat the competition. So it's all about competition. But if you've ever been to Africa, if you've ever actually gone to where there's lions coexisting with antelope, it isn't like survival of the fittest, the lions ate all the antelope. The lions are making sure there's still enough antelope for tomorrow. They're creating a thriving ecology where they'll all be sharing and giving and taking in some way, but it's for the better of the whole. So the difference of an economy, which is about a lack, and an ecology, which is about abundance, or about one which is about competition and one which is about collaboration, is that we're moving from an economic mindset to an ecological mindset. We're moving in terms of the shift from one to the other. Another way to look at this is, for many of us, we think money is scarce. So as a result of that, we've got to go chasing it. When we realize that value is abundant, and that there are certain values that the more you share them, they don't go down, they actually go up. If I share an idea with you, that idea didn't end up smaller or less. It actually grew, because now we both are sharing that idea. If I share a connection that I have with you, that doesn't actually mean the connection is less. It actually improves it, not just from you now having that connection, but that person I know now also knowing you. So we can see entrepreneurs are every day sharing things, and from the sharing, they don't become less, they actually become more. We can share trust, we can share empowerment. And when we start using these as our commodities, that we grow.
Depend on there not being any, and I hesitate to use this term, bad actors. I mean, I think, yeah, you're going to get some malfeasance. Not everybody that you tell your $1 million idea to, not everybody isn't going to go behind your back and create it. I'm looking at you, Mark Zuckerberg.
Everything transforms. With money, there is an element of money and the link to value, which, because this hasn't been taught at schools, makes it very challenging for us. money actually comes in one of 10 hierarchies of value, which within each level of the spectrum come into play. And when you understand those levels, we understand straight away how even people who have no money can actually get on the ladder and start already leveraging value that they have. And just go through them really quickly. There are 4 types of value in which money actually flows. The first 2 are the ones that people are usually very familiar with. And these ones we call retail values. Retail values are where you spend the money and the money doesn't come back. Like you go and you buy a dinner, right? You get the food, but you don't get the money back. Most of us are used to working with retail value, which is why we just see money going one way. It never comes back to us again. We're buying all these different things. And retail value comes in one of 2 forms. It either comes in the value of things we need or the things we want. There used to be a time when we were only really focused at things we need, especially in tough times like war, where we'll just kind of like go and get the minimum to be able to eat, to be able to like look after ourselves. But we're living in a consumer society today, which is much more about things we want. And the unfortunate thing is the desire for us to want things has gone up so much. Many of us are broke because of it, right? We've got lots of things, but we don't have the money. Those 2, as long as you're in that, are going to keep you in a trap of poverty, or at least just like at survivor level. Entrepreneurs don't focus their time in that area. They always elevate up to the next 2, which are not retail values, they're wholesale values. The difference of retail value and wholesale values are the ones in which when you put the money in, you actually get the money back with more. So within wholesale values, there's 2 types. And I've seen people who are movie makers who have ended up following this chain. I've seen people who are a retailer, someone who's a trader, that just change and shift from one to the other. So wholesale value is where you're putting money in, you're going to get value out, and you're going to get the money back with more. One type of wholesale value is component value, which is where you're actually, like for example, if someone's got a job, what's happened is that your boss has bought your time for component value. They're actually using that time, and they're expecting to make more money from your time than you can. They're expecting to turn it into a product or into a service, and if they can't, you'll lose your job. So there's an element of component value, which if you start seeing how you can actually take what you've got and give it to someone else in a way that they can use that and add more value into it. And every company, Microsoft does this, Apple does this. That's why you have an entire app community for your mobile phone. They've created component value that other people can use in order for them to build their businesses as well. And then the next one is investment value, which is where 95% of all the money in the world flows through these 2. Investment value is the currency market, the property market. It's where you don't even need to create anything. You can just put the money in, and over time, if you're putting it in the right thing, you'll see it go up. Sometimes it goes down, comes back up again. But
thanks, Roger.
Mini-Me has switched sides.
Sorry about that, old chap. Sorry. Sorry. Welcome aboard. My mistake.
What was it? Listen, just get it out of your system.
No, I'm fine.
I insist. We
Yeah,
could
it's
work
okay,
together
it's all
better
good,
if you
don't
just
worry.
got
Mole! Bloody mole! We're not supposed to talk about the bloody mole, but there's a bloody mole winking me in the face. I'm gonna chop it off.
Ooh. Got to be careful on that. Copyright issues there. Okay. All right. Know these catalyst dates. Oh, wait. No, I'm going to end with Lou. Last video. Last call. Last call. Oh, look. Oh, thank God. The futures are up. Yes, because we deserve a bull market. We deserve the stock market to go higher. It needs to go higher. Stocks only go up. Yes. Bring it on. Fucking wankers. All right. Anyway, here's Lou.
What's going on, you little Sunday? I mean, stop. I'm not gonna insult you people on Sunday. Anyway, listen, I want to tell you something. As we're getting closer and closer to the vote, yes, no, whatever. Like I said, it doesn't matter what you do. I'm fine with it. But I do want to let you know what's at stake. And you can go, no, Lou, you can't change my mind. I'm like, whatever. I'm not trying to change your mind, but I'm trying to tell you something. Please know that after this vote, if this does the reverse split, merge, whatever, everyone must know, and if anybody dares say on the other side that AMC has FTD synthetics and IOUs, synthetic Guatemalan, the Brazilians down there, If anybody dares say that, let me tell you something. You know that motherfucker is suspect, because in this reverse split slash merger slash sprinkle some shares on top, if they get it and if it goes through, AMC will have the ultimate cleanup operation completely. So what made AMC bizarro, crazy, what made it get to a point where it's like, oh my God, guess what? There's no more oh my God. It's over, game over. Okay? So I just want to let you know, you vote yes, it's over. It's over either way. But don't think that by voting yes, you're continuing to the other side to get the MOAS, because that's not the case.
So he's back to no MOAS.
You get on the other side. That's it. It's like, oh, it's over. Okay? I'll get into my thoughts on the whole ape nonsense, because everybody's like, ape's going to 20 cents. I'm like, the cheaper ape gets, the more it's going to hurt AMC, because that means they can get more ape in the whole thing. So I'll talk about that later. But understand, if he gets that vote, merger, or the whole thing, whatever, done. Done. It's over. It's over.
It's over.
We're going to be
over.
AMC things like memories
over.
When there was a MOAS. It's over. You still got ape on the side. I'm smart.
After decade, if you
I can do things. That's the retard stock.
Okay, wow, that was fun. Okay, well, I have an exciting opportunity for you guys right now. If you want to stick around, you're not going to want to miss this. Anyway, catch you on the flip side. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. Don't miss this opportunity.
Video is the most powerful form of media on the face of the planet. In fact, television has proven this year after year, decade after decade. If you're not using video to promote your product or your service, you're missing out. On the internet, the way the internet is today, with high speed, you can create a video presentation and you can show that to millions and millions of people selling your product or your service. If you would like our company to produce an amazing 1-minute television commercial or a half-hour television show, an infomercial, to promote your product or your service, we can do that. And if you're somebody and you would like just an amazing video presentation for your website, you have got to pick up the phone, give us a call right now, or fill out the form, and we'll call you right back and see what we can't do for you.
The knowledge you will learn at my seminar will make you financially independent for the rest of your life.
One of my recent transactions, I walked away with a check for $15,010.50. I took the Tom Vu Profit Seminar. It has worked for me. It has made me financially secure. You can do it too.
You don't have to ask your boss for a raise anymore. You can give yourself the best raise of your life. Come to my seminar.
Using the Tom Vu techniques, I bought this house, made $33,000. If I can apply the Tom Vu techniques and make $33,000 on this house, you can do it too.
The money-making strategy taught at my seminar is the solution for those of you who work hard but are underpaid.
Using the Tom Vu technique, one of the homes I recently bought made me $12,000.
You don't need to be a genius to learn how to make a lot of money with my system. A lot of my students who are average people make a lot of money. Why not you?
This is the house we just bought. It appraised for $98,000 and we were able to get it for $55,000. What this has done has given me confidence in myself that I know I have the ability to be able to do this, and he has confidence in me too.
At first, I didn't feel that deals like this were possible, but we have the house and we have our $30,000 profit, and I certainly believe now.
Do you see yourself a millionaire someday? Have some guts. Make a decision. Come to my seminar.
Roll another blunt, man. These is good times. You full of shit, full of shit, full of shit, and you need to quit. Baby, you full of shit, full of shit, full of shit.
See you guys. See you guys. See you guys. You're being a little bitch.